Hey kid, don't ever let them get inside your head. They'll tell you what to do in life instead of everything you know that you could get. Don't let them guide your life towards regret. I'll fight for what I love with every breath. My past is filled with things I won't forget. I use them all to push me to my best. So treat the worst of times just like a test. If only I could go back in time, I'd tell myself that everything will end up alright. Just push yourself, test yourself, figure out what you like, and find your limits, don't be rigid, always work towards a prime. Surround yourself with open minds, people can change your life. A few friends with intent can help you feel alive. Find a passion, take some action, and with a little time, just be patient, make a statement, try to enjoy your life. They'll try to kick you while you're down. They wanna rise up while you drown. They wanna fill your head with doubt. They're silently scared that you'll figure it out. I'll make it look like I'm losing, won't bother hiding my bruises. And when they finally think you're wounded, then it's your chance to be ruthless. Chance to be ruthless. They don't wanna see me make it, they don't wanna see me care. Anytime I make some progress, I can see that they compare. I think everyone's against me, maybe something in the air. Am I paranoid? I swear a void is forming and they're scared. I walk a straight path, not many can say that. I like to play fast, cross me and there's payback. You better pray that I don't see your face at any place that I go. I know you hate that. I've been doing fine, I'm not wasting any more time. I live for the fight and the climb, and I think that the pain that's deep inside is what defines. So I won't give up, I'm gonna make it to the top. I don't care what's in my way, I swear I'm never gonna stop. I could fall flat on my face and I swear I will get back up, cause I don't deserve a thing and the road ahead is tough. They'll try to kick you while you're down. They wanna rise up while you drown. They wanna fill your head with doubt. They're silently scared that you'll figure it out. I'll make it look like I'm losing, won't bother hiding my bruises. And when they finally think you're wounded, then it's your chance to be ruthless.
When there's nothing left but the fire in my chest and the air that fills my lungs, I'll hold my tears and trade my ears for a glimpse at kingdom come. On the other side of misery, there's a world we long to see. The strife we share will take us there to relief and sovereignty. Oh my God, we'll have our home again. By God, we'll have our home. By blood or sweat, we'll get there yet. By God, we'll have our home. In our own towns, we're foreigners now. Our names are spat and cursed. The headline smack of another attack, not the last and not the worst. Oh, my fathers, they look down on me. I wonder what they feel to see their noble sons driven down beneath a coward's heel. Oh, my God, we'll have our home again. By God, we'll have our home. By blood or sweat, we'll get there yet. By God, we'll have our home. The road is dark, the way is lost. My eyes, they strain to see. I struggle forth to find a friend to light the way for me. Oh, brothers, can you hear my voice, or am I all alone? If there's no fire to guide my way, then I will start my own. Oh my God, we'll have our home again. By God, we'll have our home. By blood or sweat, we'll get there yet. By God, we'll have our home. Oh, by God, we'll have our home again. By God, we'll have our home. By blood or sweat, we'll get there yet. By God, we'll have our home.
God damn right we will. Today, featured stories, and Coulter tells Nikki Haley, go back to your country. In an attack, according to one online webzine. We will review Nikki Haley's presidential announcement. There's a lot there to be unpacked. Shocking video captured of a Virginia boy, 12 years of age, being bullied, choked on the bus by an anti-white, non-white. Go free lesson of the day. Segment will be anti-whitism in private industry and associations. From the glossary, hate hoax. And the MP of today, it is our moral obligation to help non-whites. Your comments, calls, and questions. And then there's this. No White Guilt Clips decided to tie the knot with his girlfriend. But only a few months after getting married, she suffered a head injury in an accident that had changed her personality in ways that were slowly revealing themselves to Clips. One evening, Clips was organizing his white well-being memeing software. His wife was standing nearby watching. After a long period of silence, she finally says, Clips, I've been thinking, now that we're married, maybe it's time you quit white well-being. You spend so much time going free and spreading white well-being, you could probably get a good price for all this software and memeing tools. Clips gets a horrified look on his face, and his wife says, "Darling, what's wrong?" For a minute there, you were beginning to sound like my ex-wife. "Ex-wife!" she screams. "I didn't know you were married." I wasn't. And we are going free, ladies and gentlemen. It's 5 p.m. in the once great state of Virginia, outside of Mordor on the Potomac, 7 in Sydney, 10 in London, midnight in Moscow, and no white guilt clips isn't taking any shit. I can tell you that right now. It's great to see every one of you. If you would like to financially gift over the course of this gathering, you may do so. You can head on over to Entropy. It's a cost of 15% to you, and those lovely people deserve that 15%. Because they're working their tails off to make sure that free speech platform is up and running for all of us. You can find that platform in the description below. You can also head on over to Odyssey, head on over to D Live, where cryptocurrencies await you for both of those platforms that you can financially gift to me. Also on Odyssey, you may financially gift in cash dollars, white well-being dollars. You may also head down into the description and you will find Cash App. And you can financially gift me on Cash App, which is indeed up and running at the moment. I had to check. I was worried. I thought I might have missed it. Cash App is up and running on some of the monitors over here to my right, your left. All financial gift questions and comments and statements will be read over the course of this splendid, magnificent gathering. Thank God in heaven you are here. We're going to be taking on Nimrada. We're going to be taking her on momentarily. And Coulter going after her. Who else? We're having all kinds of comments going on. We had Lauren Witzke wanted to get in on the girl fight, which is always fun. Let's get them some mud. But don't get them bikinis, please. Let's keep them dressed. Maybe Eskimo clothing would be the best for these particular ladies. I don't know. Witzke might be in all right shape. The other ones, I don't know. Might want to put them in the Eskimo clothing. So what do we have going on today? You may financially gift with a cryptocurrency, and I hope you will. You can do so by heading on over to nowhiteguilt.org, nowhiteguilt.org. And when you do, you will find a financial gift tab. And on that financial gift tab, you will see 5 of the wallets that we use here for cryptocurrency. You will also find a snail mail address at which you can mail yours truly the most wonderful things that you seek to ever put in the United States Postal Service care. And we have some wonderful things here from the mailbag, and we'll be checking out that in just a little bit. So I think that's about it, except to say this. If you would like to comment or question over the course of this gathering without a financial gift, you may do so. Please tag me as No White Guilt. Tag me as No White Guilt. You can tag me as No White Guilt, and I will see it then. Otherwise, if you write Jason, or if you just say, "Hey there, guy. Hey there, totally handsome stud. Hey there, stud muffin." Did anybody actually ever say stud muffin? Where the hell did that come from? "Hey, stud muffin. Hey, I got a question for you." Don't do it in that voice, though. It'll have to be much higher pitched. So what do we have? We have some epic. By the way, I've got to check to make sure. Slots, have you been busy? Do you have our tweet out there yet that I retweet? Could you send it to me? Could you DM it to me on Twitter so that I can retweet it, and then everybody can retweet me? Because our first action item of the day, and we're going to be getting to the stories in just a matter of minutes, so don't go anywhere. You'll hate yourself if you decide to go somewhere, is that we are going to retweet Slots who weekly is tweeting about the one and only Imminent Rain's album, The Legend of Prometheus, which is coming up on April 30. Every week we tweet a new tweet to let folks know that release is coming. That's your first action item of the day. The first one of the day. There is a second action item of the day, and there's Slots' magic. Is this it's? Oh my God. Okay. Slots is absolute magic. He has already gotten it to me here. This is week 3. I just retweeted it. I'm in on the action item. Yours truly is in on the action item. Very excited about that. I hope you're as fired up as I am. Pep rally style. Except no, this is a giant military parade. And we broke out all the hardware. You know, if I were president of this country, these United States, these once great United States, it wouldn't be just pathetic and effeminate and wimpy. No, we would have big ass military parades. We would make the Soviet Union and North Korea and China look like chumps compared to the military parades we would have. We would have military parades visible from the moon, baby. Moon men would look down and say, oh shit. That is the kind of parades we would have here. Slots has just set it up, folks. You may retweet me, but don't go far because we got a second action item of the day. Totally big time success. Over 100,000. In fact, where are we right now? Where's my last tweet? Let me see where that last tweet is right now to see specifically. I know we're very close if we're not there. So let's see. Where are we? Oh boy, 110.6 thousand views. And this is my tweet. It says here, your wife or daughter murdered for being white, ? Would you share this story if she was yours? A stranger, Christina Harrison, approached and argued with Boyes outside of a grocery store. When the argument ended, Christina Harrison shot Boyes in the back, murdering her. It's a mother of, I think it was 2 children, and she was just murdered by this anti-white monster. Now, you need to retweet this. You need to share this. You need to comment. 110.6 thousand views. This is under 20 hours. Under 20 hours, I tweeted this. It is skyrocketing, doing very well on what otherwise is not a large Twitter account. Doing very well. You need to get over there. You need to retweet it. And you need to make comments, not right now, but once we're done with going free today, you need to take that energy that we engender here. You need to get over there and you need to talk to people because there are all kind of folks showing up there. That's the whole purpose. That's what we're doing. We're spreading white well-being. You use the 5 key concepts. You introduce people to going free where you can. That's what the purpose is. You are effectuating the recapture of our destiny by doing that. Because we are providing you with the tools, the white well-being lexicon and dialectics, the tools that change the world we're living. No political party is going to do it. Period. None. Period. I will debate anyone. Period. It's impossible. Period. There's no violence going to do it. Period. Same as before. At all. I will debate anyone on it. It can't be done. It is childish. It is asinine. Drop all that. And by the way, while I'm thinking about it, I know you out there. Some of you went out there and this story, you didn't retweet it on my Twitter account, but you did retweet it on other people's Twitter accounts. What are you thinking? I mean, we're this close to shaming people for this kind of shit. Go over to your accounts, delete those other retweets, and retweet mine so that we can get a lexicon and dialectics to our brothers and sisters, to the general public, that has been proven for year after year after year to change lives. No fucking political party. Nothing gonna do it. No amount of complaining with a bullhorn. No amount of standing out on a street corner and we're tired of this. No amount of any of this BS has ever done anything, will ever do anything, and I can articulate in innumerable ways how it cannot do anything. Go to your Twitters if you retweeted this by anybody else, the story by anybody else. Delete that shit unless it's by somebody in our community, one of the big people in our community. If it's outside the community, delete that shit, retweet it from yours truly, and then make comments on it after we move away 110,000, almost at 111,000 under 20 hours with an account that's this big on Twitter. We're doing amazing things. The account continues to grow, but it's this big. Could you imagine when we're as big as some of these other accounts? It's going to be like mil 5, it's just going to be marvelous. Everybody says so. I want to say a big thank you, a big attaboy to everybody who showed up and celebrated Sharika Soal, the famed Sharika Soal, reaching out this past week. We had her on, and can you believe there are some people in the white sympathetic sphere, true, genuine, like perfect pieces of shit, who decided that they were going to write yours truly, and they're like, I can't believe you had a black woman on there. I can't believe it. Yeah, I did. And they were like, how could you do that? How could you do that? Well, because she cares about white well-being, because she sympathizes with white, because we have a different, here's the thing. You don't understand. I get it. You don't understand. You failed the IQ test. Listen up. We are in service to white well-being, which is everyone's well-being. We are trying to defeat anti-whitism, which is for everyone's well-being. You understand? We don't exist to harm jaywalkers. That's your thing, not our thing. So shut up and go away. It's that simple. Shut up and go away. You should understand that by now. We're not like in the same, we're nothing the same. We're not going the same direction. We're not kind of like, oh, we're straddling. No, and it's kind of like going the same direction. No, nothing's the same. We don't harm innocent people. We don't blame innocent people. We don't blame anybody on the basis of their birth. You have a problem. So go away. Get a therapist. Fix the box you live in down by the creek. Sharika Soal came up. Big celebration for Sharika Soal. Black woman reached out. She works for Huffington Post. She's been a talent agent for artists of MTV, VH1. She's signed by Justin Timberlake. She reached out to me. Wonder who she wouldn't reach out to. Probably LARPers. Probably goose-stepping LARPers. Probably not, because they just have nothing but nasty things to say about these people and about what they want to do to these people, right? She reaches out and she says, oh my God, I looked at your stuff. I totally sympathize with what's happening to white people. I hate it too. It's just morally repugnant. And we got into this fabulous conversation, never seen before in the white sympathetic sphere. The video would have hundreds of thousands of views on it if it weren't for anti-whites faking the views and keeping it silenced, censoring the shit out of us, and the white sympathetic sphere being diseased with these LARPers from hell. Everybody would be showing up to say, whoa, you talked about what? So the black community, actually, individuals, ne'er-do-wells, people who are bad individuals in the black community, use the excuse of white people in order to legitimize or justify or excuse, to say again, bad behavior in every case. We're finding, we had this conversation. It's a wonderful thing. Check it out. It's this past week. We'll have her again. We'll have her on again, I'm sure, to the chagrin of many of these types. And we're going to get into this story here, ladies and gentlemen. But I'm first going to read right here, Cash App. During that interview with Sharika Soal, we had 3 financial gifts that came in late. We had $2.50 that came in from Western Kind United, and he said, without Western Kind, there is no Western civilization. NWG. Precisely. Thank you for that. He comes back again with another $2.50. Western Kind United. God bless you. Thank you. He says, Sharika, we commend your pursuing and standing for truth. Sharika Soal, I hope you hear that. These are good people. These are good people. You're a good person. You found the right people to reach out to. God bless you. Thank you for that. We also had the great Tamara financially gift $7 on that stream. $7 from the great Tamara. And she added with that $7 a pretty little butterfly. How cute. Thank you so much for that, Tamara. It was a wonderful interview. and happy that you were participating. Thank you so much for the financial gift. We also have, I want to let you know, almost done with the audio book of Go Free, second edition, iteration 2. Almost done. It's there. We're almost there. Then I'll make it available. It'll be available on Apple, on Amazon, and what's just, I think, ACX. It'll be available. You'll be able to get it. It's glorious, if I do say so myself. And all of the test groups that have listened to it, they have all said it is glorious. Haven't been any test groups, but that's what you're going to end up saying once you finally listen to it. So we're almost done with that. Very excited. We are going to celebrate really quickly here in the final seconds of the swashbuckling announcements. 007s and raucous emojis for the great Kate. 007s, raucous emojis. How about some diamonds? How about some diamonds in the live chat for the great Kate with her tweet that hit 1.2 million and still continues to slowly climb? She was able to garner 4,000 hits on nowhiteguilt.org. Did you hear me? Did you hear me? 4,000 hits on nowhiteguilt.org. That is epic swash. Let's get the swashbuckling flags in there, folks. Epic swash. Epic swash. Diamonds. Franklin's got them. Epic swash. 4,000 people have come to nowhiteguilt.org and have been introduced for the first time. Many of them will have to be introduced many times before they finally get it, right? Before they finally come. How many out there of you have gotten how many to come to that website and to check that website out? Be honest with yourself. Set yourself a goal now. If Great Kate can do that, and Great Kate, you've heard her voice before. She's like a little Pomeranian. She's like a little cute Pomeranian, a little soft Pomeranian. If she can get 4,000 people to come, if she can get 4,000 people to come over to nowhiteguilt.org, what can you do? What can you do? 4,000. Not only that, but on another recent tweet that she made, she already has several dozen who have come over to the website, nowhiteguilt.org. How many have you? Have you made several dozen come over to nowhiteguilt.org? You put the website on there. It will, on your tweet, it will tell you how many people, probably does the same thing on Gab. It will tell you how many people have clicked on that link. You could also do the YouTube, youtube.com/nowhiteguilt. We need to make No White Guilt. We need to make this website. We need to make yours truly. We need to make Go Free the book, Born Guilty the book, Prometheus Rising the book, Crucible the book. We need to make these things bigger than ice cream, bigger than pancakes, bigger than apple pie, bigger than Mount Everest, high as hell on pot. We need to make it bigger than everything out there, because when the world can't help but see it, we recapture our destiny. God bless you, Great Kate. Thank you so much for that, and for everybody celebrating. The YouTube channel has gone up to 24.1 thousand followers, despite all of the efforts of the anti. And I got to tell you, it is insane the efforts they make to shut us down, to censor us. Up to 24.1 thousand subs on YouTube, up to 18.1 thousand just today on Twitter, 18.1 thousand on Twitter and climbing. Do you all remember the days when it was like 6,000, 7,000? Do you remember that? And all of this has changed like this. Epic gains for white well-being. This is the final thing that I'm going to say in the swashbuckling announcement as we hit the bottom of the first hour in service to white well-being, and are very excited today. There's going to be a big conference. It's going to be in Central Texas. It's going to be near the end of March. If I will say more at the announcement, the regular announcements later in the stream. This is all I will say for now. Big conference, Central Texas, end of March. We'll say more about it later in the gathering. I will be there. Let's jump on over to this article, and we're going to review this Nimrod. Nimrod, in your country, in your country, does Nimrod mean idiot? Because in America, Nimrod means idiot. And I tried to look, why is this? I know of it from the several mentions in the Bible. But why does it mean idiot in America? I don't know, but it means idiot. So I couldn't find the derivation why that is. I see Greek America, Franklin, Cool Papa J Magic, Art Acrobats, Sam, Biospirit of the West says enjoying a meatloaf sandwich with no white guilt. Epic. Paul is with us as well. Shady is Shady Lady. That's a cool name. Shady Lady. Shady Lady. Southern Bloom is here. Great to see you. Who is eating with no white guilt? Who is bathing with no white guilt? Who's making babies with no white guilt? Montana Kid is here. White Wellbeing Kitchen. Great to see you. There's Anders is here. Ivan is here. Matt is here. Ultra Testosterone is here. Talking about testosterone. Oh, I said last week I want you to do your repetitions at the gym half speed. Do it again. If you haven't done it, do it for the first time. If you have, do it again. It is a glorious pump. I'm getting stronger and stronger. It's amazing. It's an amazing thing. I'm tapping into the biospirit increasingly in my life, and I'm getting stronger without even trying. I used to. I played college football. I played baseball all the way up to the professional minor league. And I had to work out. I had to try in my workouts to get stronger. I'm just getting stronger. It's the coolest thing ever. KJ is here. Dr. Frost has shown up. Mind Over Magic. Pearl Lady is here. The Great Sloth. Look, it's For Null has flown in. He's wearing a cape. That's what he wears when he flies. It makes perfect sense. Promethean Promulgation is here. Victorian Time Traveler. So wonderful to see everybody. A. Mercer is here. Make sure you speak up as we work at Nimrod. Nimrod. Well, of course, it's Nimrata, and she's totally American. Have you all heard about this? The powers that be are going to make her your president. Now, you might say, Jason, when's that going to happen? She seems like she's totally vacuous. You look at her, if you look at her head on, it's like, you hold a shell to your ear and you can hear the ocean. You get the same strange phenomenon visually when you look at her directly in the eyes. It's just like, that's it. That's all that's going on in Nimrod's head. That's all that's happening. I swear, look at her head on. Nothing. So Nimrata, nay. I'm not kidding. Nay. That's her name, isn't it? Nimrata, nay. Randhawa. Perfectly American. And she's got this all-American story of everywhere she's going now. She's like, I'm brown. No shit. Really? I mean, even the blind people are like, come on, we know. We smelled it when you came in, whatever you were eating yesterday. It's a cuisine. It's a cuisine thing. It's not a genetic thing. It's a cuisine thing. What you eat. Nimrod. So I don't know. Maybe I'll call her Nimrod. Well, she has been pissing some people off, not just yours truly in a funny way. When is she going to be president, though, you might ask? When? Is it going to be this? Is it going to be this cycle? Is it going to be the next? Is she going to end up being a vice president and then take the place of a very old white guy? I don't know. But she's been pissing a lot of people off. Trump bent over backwards for Nimrod. And what did he do? He made her the, was it the 29th ambassador to United Nations or something like this. Yeah, that's ambassador to United Nations. And she shouldn't have had that. She's nothing. What is she? She gets this job as governor. And what was she? Was she a state rep before that? Anyhow, very unimpressive. But she is exactly what the RINO voters like. She's exactly what the sewing circle likes. She's like, oh, well, she's just totally tame and timid and bitchy and we'll vote for her. We want change. We want some young change, even though she's 51. So she keeps on with this. By the way, there's some things I'm going to share about like how American she is, and this American story that you're an American, you're a legit American when you are not an American, when you're an outsider, when you are, no, I'm sick of this. I'm sick of this. You know what America needs? What America needs for a leader is me. That's what America needs. I came from the soil of Virginia, where generals and geniuses and presidents and heroes have come, and the best speeches in the entire country's history have sprung from the soil of Virginia. And we have been fighters and lovers and magicians, and we have been everything. I am real America, baby. I am what America is. I am America. I am the party. I am who you vote for. That's what America needs. So she's been pissing people off. We're going to get into this. Like, how does she live her life? Where, like, is she really American? Has she become American? She loves this story about, well, I'm a Indian, first generation. My parents came here and then they had me, and now I'm an American. Now I'm a South Carolinian. No, you're not. No, you're not. Because if you were, there'd be some change. We'll look at it. There'll be some changes. But Ann Coulter, of course, one who is not afraid of spit and venom. Ann Coulter, in a very sort of truculent way, has decided, and we love that about Ann. Did you know I met Ann Coulter? She probably remembers it and will remember it for all of her days. I met Ann Coulter, but she is hearing this and she's getting pissed. She's not happy with it. Good for her. I'm happy with that. And what did we say? We had Lauren Witzke in here. This is Lauren Witzke tweeted this. And, Lauren's been on this show. She'll remember that for all of her days as well. Anne says here on this quote of her, said, well, it's just New York Post speaking about Ann. Ann Coulter sparks outrage after telling Nikki Haley to go back to your own country. And then Lauren Witzke jumped in and said, absolutely nothing wrong with what she said, and Nimrata should take her advice. Yeah, I mean, if I went to India and I was just everything that I am, total white positive, and I'm like changing everything, and I'm like, hey, I'm going to change all your symbols. I'm going to pull down your cherished symbols. I'm going to be cool with burning down your statues and tearing those things down. I'm going to, so we can leave India's history behind us. We're going to move forward. And now there's going to be a big statue of me, like on some beautiful horse, I'm shirtless, and we're making a new India today. In fact, we're just going to call it Jason. That's going to be the new name for the country, because we're leaving the old in the past. We're leaving the immoral in the. This is Nimrata, Nikki. This is Nimrata. That's what she's doing. So no wonder she's pissing people off. Let's get to the story. Says here on New York Post, Ann Coulter tells Nikki Haley, go back to your own country in heretical attack. New York Post says racist. That's an anti-white slur. We don't use that. All that these anti-whites mean is that she has said something heretical to anti-whiteism. So we say in heretical attack. Does that make sense? Coulter also referred to Haley as a bimbo and a preposterous creature. So true. So based. Haley, the Indian American former governor of South Carolina. Are we fed up with this? This is the Republican Party. This is the RINO. This is the establishment party. This is RINO voters in South Carolina who declared her candidacy for the GOP nomination. Woohoo, girls! For president earlier this week, has not commented on Coulter's remarks. Yeah, she's saying stuff, which she made on the Mark Simone show. Coulter told Simone she was particularly angered by then Governor Haley's decision to remove the Confederate flag from the grounds of South Carolina State House following the 2015 mass shooting at a predominantly black church in Charleston. So, that's what will happen when I'm in India. When some psychopath goes out and kills some people, I'm going to say, oh, got to get rid of all these multi-handed statues. All of them are coming down. We got to leave that behind us. I mean, what are you going to do with all them other hands except kill people, right? What a piece of crap Nimrod is. Do you remember that? That flag was out in South Carolina at the State House, and it represents Southern people, what we think about the South. That's what it represents. South Carolina, the people there were like, hey, what we think about the South is our history, which excludes your lying history, our heritage, which excludes your lying history, our norms, our values, our desire to perpetuate those things, loyalty to the country, service in the armed forces, all of these things that are normal for Southerners. That's what it meant. That's what it meant. But no, Nimrata says, oh no, it means mass murder. And so it's coming down. The statues, they're coming down. And Coulter says, astutely, this is my country, lady. I'm not an American Indian, and I don't like them taking down all the monuments, says Coulter. Haley, the daughter of Indian immigrants, was born in South Carolina. During her campaign kickoff event Wednesday, Haley called for a new generation to take the reins of the GOP. You know who else said that? That fatso that all of the RINO voters love. What's her name? Her name just slipped me right now. The fat one gave the rebuttal. She's like, I will defend America. I liked her when she was working for Trump. I don't like her anymore. She's like, how about we get rid of fat females in government? How about that? How about no more bloated, obese, mealy-mouthed, wimpy females representing the force that is pushing back against anti-whitism? How about that? Coulter has a history of making incendiary comments about immigrant. No, that's more like a history. Well, it says here about just in general, just the way she's willing to talk. It's awesome. About comments about immigrants, did not hold back during Wednesday's podcast appearance. Her candidacy, quote, did remind me that I need to immigrate to India so I can demand that they start taking down parts of their history, Coulter said. What's worth? Oh, here is, I'll have to show you all this. This is Nimrata hugging her father after she announced. And he's as American as apple pie as well. What's with worshiping, says Coulter, of the cows? They're all starving over there, she said. Did you know they have a rat temple where they worship rats? I didn't know that. I didn't. Haley's ethnic background was fodder for left-leaning critics who took her to task for serving as UN ambassador during the presidency of Donald Trump. Yeah, it was a bad decision by Trump. He's made a bunch of those, but what do you expect? Coulter's rant against Haley nearly coincided with sexist comments made by disgruntled CNN This Morning co-host Don Lemon, who enraged his on-air colleague by declaring the 51-year-old former UN ambassador was not in her prime. Oh boy, she's not. She left that when she was like 17, 18, 19. I mean, let's just be real, right? Her prime was like 17, 18, 19, and that was long gone. And then it was like into the wall, and that was the end of it. So CNN, of course, they'll be feeding him to a wood chipper. Let's go ahead and take a look at this video. Oh, you want to see her? Y'all want to see? Oh, well, I'll come back to that. I'll show that later. Let's get this video rolling so we can continue with our...
The railroad tracks divided the town by race.
All right. Is that loud enough for y'all? Can you hear it? Let me get a drink. Kingdom of Vinland is here. Great to see you, brother. Promethean hails. Fun fact, the first USN airstrikes of the War on Terror were launched from the legendary supercarrier CVN-65 USS Enterprise without orders from the Admiralty. Really? Pearl Lady's got a lot of sense. I wish, she says, Jason was president. Yeah. So do all smart people. Mind over magic, Jason should run for public office. Son of Tiamat. Hello and welcome to you. Volume good. All right, let's roll. What did Franklin said? I hate it already. Let's start. Let's see. Are you all ready for this? I should get a drink of coffee, huh? We're at 14 minutes till the top of the hour. We're going to have some fun with this bit. Fit and healthy at any age has just arrived. Let me give you a cheers, my friend. Cheers. Reel it in. Make it happen. Greetings, folks of the West. All right, here we go. I'm excited. Let's see what she had to say.
The railroad tracks divided the town by race. I was the proud daughter of Indian immigrants.
Okay, what should I do with this? So the railroad tracks divided the town by race. So whose story is she speaking to? At the very beginning, this is supposed to be the Republican. One of the Republicans running for the nomination for president of the United States. Elaine Sabatino is here. Great to see you, sister. Jason 2024. Archangel, already bored of this, says yawn. Super cringe, says testosterone. Yeah. And the community was divided by the railroad track. What's that story? That's right out of the anti-white narrative. And this is the Republican, right out of the anti-white narrative. When they talk about the railroad tracks dividing the town, what are they saying? They're saying the white race is on the good side and the non-white races are on the bad side. What's the bad side? The prevailing winds blowing the smell of it. Sometimes it has to deal with the sound, right? So she's all ready to, right at the very beginning, this RINO voter orgasmic hysterical nonsense is right away. Anti-whiteism is real. It's legitimate. It's that white people are evil. White people are cruel. White people are wicked. They designed the town so that never mind that all of those houses used to be owned by white people, but never mind. They actually put the people over there. They had the plan from the very beginning. That it was going to be non-white people on that side and white people on the other from the very beginning, even though it was entirely white neighborhoods on that side as well before non-white people moved in. And then you had a couple of things that happened when non-white people move into an area. One of the things is they enclave. They move in together because that's natural, because it's normal. They're like, wait, where do you want to live? Well, there's where a bunch of our people are. Like if I moved to China, I would be like, well, where are the white people? Oh, over there. I'm going to get an apartment over there. Okay? So that's how non-white areas get started. Always blaming white people. Oh, it's redlining. That's what they tell you all the time in real estate. It's redlining. They would move right away. If anybody ever in real estate approached a homeowner and said, you better sell because non-white people moved in, that had nothing to do with white people and white people looking out for white people, or that was a unscrupulous, self-centered, rabid individualist who was trying to force white people out of their homes so that he or she could make a buck off of it. Do you understand? Who is the victim there? Not the non-white family that moved in. But the white people who were terrorized by self-centered, egocentric, rabid, individualistic real estate agents who went to them and said, oh, it's all going to go bad. You better sell now and give me the listing. Those are the people who suffered. But when you look at the anti-white narrative, oh no, it's the non-white people who were suffering, always at the hands of white people, making the non-white people suffer. So she starts off, look at the lovely family picture. I'm thinking Kansas. I'm thinking Ireland. I'm thinking Scotland. I'm thinking we want all good people to be able, when good people we want in the country, that we want them to have good lives. I want them to have happy lives. I want them to have that. The president elected, working in government, no. You should have to be here for like 10 generations before you can work in the government. Give me a break. Especially president. All right, so let's proceed. So she's already validating the anti-white narrative.
Not black, not white. I was different.
Oh, she's not black or white. And that's how she's been opening her speeches, by the way. I understand. Check it out for yourself. She's been saying, I'm not black, not white. I'm brown. Okay, good for you. Thanks for throwing that in our face. But the RINO voters, yay!
But my mom would always say your job is not to focus on the differences, but the similarities. And my parents remind.
Okay, so the mother had sense. Get along with people. You're in a country that's not ours. Get along with the people here. Focus on the similarities. So the mother had sense.
Did me and my siblings every day how blessed we were to live in America.
Oh my God.
Some look at our past as
that.
evidence that America's founding principles are bad.
Oh, I got to stop there for a second. God damn it. It's like a sentence can't go by. So here she starts off with the RINO establishment Republican endless. I worked all the way back 2001 on the Hill. This was the take then. America is great. Gosh darn it. Do you know why they say that? Do you know why? Because Republicans are hit even though Republicans are anti-white, like this Nimrata, she's anti-white. She is anti-white. But they're hit all the time with the you are a anti-white slur, like racist, bigot, etc. And so since they're hit with that all the time and they're inside the anti-white narrative, they accept that that's reality. Their pushback has been since, oh my God, Reagan, Carter, their pushback has been, America is great. America is wonderful. We've got problems, sure. Accepting these accusations of anti-whites that America is, and then these words, racist, bigot, etc. And so then that's where she's saying here, she's going right to the, oh, well, some say America's founding is racist. So they accept the anti-white narrative. You cannot win when you accept your victimizer's narrative. Period. Into conversation.
Some look at our past as evidence that America's founding principles are bad.
She should be a first grade teacher. No one should vote for her for president. What kind of country has a population that would vote for that? This is a first grade teacher talking to first graders.
Say the promise of freedom is just made up.
The promise of freedom is made up. That's a non sequitur. If she's saying the accusation is, she just showed a sign on the screen that said racist, then 1619 Project, and then she says the promise of freedom is made up. No. So she's not actually pushing back. She's actually concurring. But she says there's a promise of freedom. You're just not getting there.
Some think our ideas are not just wrong, but racist and evil.
There you have it, racist and evil.
Nothing could be further from the truth.
Okay. So she's accepted that the victimizer's moral imperative. She's accepted the victimizer's premises. And she has now denied that, and by accepting, by the way, let me point out that she agrees with. She agrees that there is such a thing called racism, and that is something white people do to non-white people. She agrees that these things exist. She's just accepted it. Now she's pushing back by saying there's a promise of freedom.
I have seen evil. Some think our ideas are not just wrong, but racist and evil. Nothing could be further from the truth.
Okay, so the rest of that sentence, if she were to write it out, nothing could be further from the truth, is to say, nothing could be further from the truth, semicolon, we are not racist. Period. You lose. End of conversation. You just lost. You are never going to have a pushback against anti-whiteism if you accept the anti-white narrative and you accept its moral imperative. It's anti-white moral imperative.
I have seen evil. In China, they commit...
Okay. God. Why does this have to be this lame? So this is the... yes, we as Americans are racist. Yes, the system is evil. But there are worse systems out there. Who gives a shit? Who absolutely gives a shit? I'm not measuring myself by the fucking Congo. I'm not measuring my... Where's the metric? Where is the metric? Listen, Nimrata, listen. Where is the metric out there in the world that says we have to measure ourselves by how they behave in the Congo? If we're one jot above how they do things in the Congo, then we're fine. Then we're fine. No, I don't want one jot better than the fucking Congo. That argument can go all the way to the Congo. It can literally go from where we are today. This is the first generation that is bequeathing, really the baby boomers, bequeathing a country to the succeeding generations that is worse. Every other generation in America prior to that, the country was getting better and stronger and safer in many ways. This is the first time it's going downhill. And you're going to come to me, your like big argument is going to be, well, we're better than China murdering people or genociding people. I don't want that. I want anti-whiteism utterly destroyed. I want everybody who agrees with anti-whiteism put under deep suspicion. I want anti-whites fired from their jobs. I want anti-whites that have harmed people with anti-whiteism to be tried for that. If they have harmed people, and it is the same sort of thing that we could say that any other ideology could do to a people and be tried for, I want them tried. I want them to go to jail. I don't want I don't want a lady. I don't want some Nimrata, nay, Randawa. I don't want Nimrata, nay, Randawa saying to me, well, we're better than the Congo.
Genocide. In Iran, they murder their own people
course.
for challenging the government. And when a woman tells you about watching soldiers throw her baby into a fire, it puts...
Oh my God. Do you know that there are places on Earth where people do unspeakable things? We can be a little better than that. Do you know where they throw babies into fires? They cut people's heads off. You know where else they do things like that? Mexico. And the border's wide open. What are you going to do for the border? She ain't building no wall. She's never talked about a wall. By the way, the wall. If I were president, I would mine that mother. That's what I would do. No one would cross. There would be a minefield twice as wide as the one used on, what is it? What parallel is it? 32nd parallel in Korea? Somebody look it up for me. Is it the 32nd parallel? What is it? I would have a minefield twice that size No one would ever cross. No one. You know why? Because we'd have fences up and we would say, hey, this is a minefield. And when they would walk up and they would say, I wonder if it really is, they would see a little quail go running across and bam, dust and feathers. And they would say, holy hell, we're not crossing anymore. No more people who cut heads off. No more decapitators. No more. And then the good people, they can apply from outside and we can say, well, do we have room? Do we have a need for population because we have a surplus of jobs or whatever? And then we will think about taking good people from around the world. Only if our people are being taken care of first. I got no shame in saying that. Nimrata, no. She's only ever talked about, as far as I know, when it comes to the border, all she's ever talked about is money for the border. When has money fixed anything in America? You can look. I just looked up this high school the other day. Where is it? Is it in like Kansas? And they have like half the money per student as places like New York. And in New York, the schools are like the third ring of hell. But at this school in like Kansas or Nebraska or whatever it was, it's like some sort of like dream of Aryan Greece. I mean, it's just unreal. Clean, pristine, safe. Money doesn't fix it. I'm sorry. Do you know that there are places that they cut heads off, and so vote for me, and we'll be a jot better than that.
Puts things in perspective.
Oh yeah, put something in perspective. Here she is, being everywhere she walks, she's surrounded by men. Why is that? Why is she always surrounded by a bunch of guys? They should force a bunch of fat women, squat women. Sanders, Huckabee Sanders, the name just came back to me. I thought of fat squat women, and immediately the synonym Huckabee Sanders occurred.
Even on our worst day, we are blessed to live in America.
Oh, yes, blessed. Bush Jr. said that shit. Bush Sr. said that. Reagan said that. How long? And this is supposed to be like the new generation. RINO voters are the people who are going to vote for this. With the their attention span and memories are mocked by gerbils.
I was born and raised in South Carolina, so I have seen the very best of our country. People here throughout.
All right, South Carolina, beautiful place, beautiful people, wonderful people. Highway that I went through, wretched. Fix that shit. But wonderful people, beautiful people. I read once that back in the day, that the largest number of beauty pageant winners came from South Carolina. Might be true. Now today, that's not going to happen anymore. Now today, the largest number of beauty pageant winners are found in just generally men's locker rooms.
About the old, tired political establishment.
Oh, the old and tired political establishment. The old and tired political establishment. Because at 51-year-old, this skin-sagging woman is not old and tired. With her geriatric ideas, with her wizened ideas, they are desiccated. There's no juice left.
And demanded accountability for their tax dollars.
No, that's not what we're... What? What?
People here throughout the old, tired political establishment and demanded accountability for their tax dollars.
No. This is, oh my God. RINO bullshit, establishment bullshit. We're not fighting for accountability for our dollars. This is a Republicans telling you what you should be voting for. No, we want America, goddammit. We want all of this bullshit of attacks on America that are successfully waged against us as retributive justice against Western kind. We want that shit snuffed out. That's what we want. Accountability for our tax dollars. Somebody needs to get to these very wealthy golf course establishments and let these wealthy Republicans know that their time is up.
Industry reports called us the beast of the Southeast, which I love.
What is that? Was she called the beast of Southeast? Was she called that? Was that really what she was called? Does anybody know? Where does that...
People came by the thousands for fresh starts. Moms and dads held their heads up high. Children learned that it was all...
What bullshit? Who made this? I got elected and moms and dads were able to walk with their heads high. Ivan said she nicknamed herself that, the Beast of the Southeast. Angela says, preach, Jason. Damn right. Who wrote this? Arden White. Brent Danger is with us. It is embarrassing. Parents for the first time were able to open the doors on their homes, and they were like, the light! I can see the light. Nimrata, Beast of the Southeast, is elected. Are you serious? I rarely have to say cringe, so it's meaningful when I say it. This is cringe. Moms and dads came. Children walked on the beach with our flag. Of course, she burned down the actual heritage of South Carolina. She's just remaking it into Indian immigrant South Carolina. Let me ask, I'm going to put this to the chat. I'm going to put it to the chat. She's not the Beast of the Southeast. Now, don't make this like a racial epithet, but what should her nickname really be? What should it really be? What are some ideas? No, like deep racial epithets. We're not about that. But it shouldn't Beast of the Southeast. Come on. You know what it sounds like? This sounds like to me, this announcement here, this part of it. It sounds like when those really lame and totally fake ghost hunting shows where they have like a witch doctor come in, a psychic, and they're like, and the house felt dark and oppressive. There was an energy that clung to me. I could feel it strangling me. And then when they exercise it, they're like, and the light came in the windows, and there was a light, and some sort of symphony was playing in here, but I don't know any composers. But if I did, I would name them here. And they were playing in the background. There were lutes, and there were lily pads, and there were ballerinas, and the demons were gone in South Carolina. No Brain Nimrata. I like that one. Swamp Gas Nikki. Victorian Time Traveler said, Skunk Ape, do they have those in Carolinas? I don't know. It might be a little further south where they claim that, but maybe. The demons were exorcised. They were exorcised.
Always. It's a great day in South Carolina. It's a great day. It's a great day. A great day. A great day in South Carolina. We were
It sounds like a Cinnabon commercial. Have your Cinnabon. It's a great day in South Carolina with your Cinnabon.
Strong. We were proud.
We were strong and proud. Does she know that we're actually from around South Carolina, that we weren't born yesterday? Like, she acts like she's telling some ancient tale about a multi-armed god, and we have no idea. We're like, really? Tell us more. What was South Carolina like in those days? Just a couple of years ago, we were brave and strong. We walked to the beach with our flag.
And when evil did come.
When evil did come.
Police in South Carolina are looking for a gunman following a shooting at a church.
Victims we don't know.
No way. Absolutely, church. No way. She actually put this shooting in her campaign ad. This bitch is anti-white as all hell. Nimrata, nay, Randawa.
The severity.
We turned away from fear, toward God, and
away from fear. So a psycho goes and kills innocent people, and he should be executed, and then resurrected and executed again. I mean, is a real monster. Heart goes out to everybody who lost family members and suffered. 100%. Has nothing to do with white people our heritage, what we produce, what we project onto the world. But Nimrata here jumps right in on it and says that your norms, white people, are, in her mouth, fear. And we have to turn away from that and rip your heritage down. Think of all the good white people that trusted her. When I remember when she ran for governor, her saying that she would never touch the history in South Carolina, wouldn't be taking down flags and statues, nothing. Think of all the good people that trusted her and voted for her. Pathetic.
The values that still make our country the freest and greatest in the world.
Okay, look at this picture she picked. White guy on one side, black guy on the other, and she's the brown girl in between holding both hands. That is not the story of America. That is the story of anti-whiteism. That is the story of the Democrat Party. What in the world is going on? If my head could actually explode, it would right now. This is what the establishment, the RINO establishment, is putting forward. Nimrata is their candidate. She is their man. That's what they're putting forward. And this is the anti-white narrative. That is not the story of America. It has nothing to do with America. I am America. This idea that America is everything alien, is nothing like the people who have been here for generations, is nothing like the people who built America. It's nothing like that. The founding stock of America, that's not America. It's something else. The Republican Party is telling you that the definition of America is it's everything alien to America. It's ideas that are alien to America. It's people who are alien to America. That is not the story of America. That's why we have so many problems. How are you going to push back on anti-whiteism when you are as anti-white as the Democrats?
We must turn in that direction again. Republicans have lost the popular vote in 7 out of the last 8 presidential elections. That has to change.
Okay, that's got to go. Look here. Oh, that's not it. Where is it? I got it somewhere. Oh, right here. One of her latest tweets, she says, quote, I'm quoting Nimrod, liberals know I bring in liberals. So those are anti-whites to sane people. We give them the names of our choosing, and we don't take the names of their giving. Remember that. That's a meme curative. You never take the name of their giving, and you never give the name of their choosing. Meme curative. So liberals know I bring in independents, suburban women, and minorities. So by minorities, she means non-whites. They can't stand the fact that our conservative solutions work for everyone. So in other words, there is no party for the white race. There is no party that's going to say enough is enough on the attacks on white people. Enough is enough on the attacks on the things that white people produce, on the things that white people have adopted from other races and love and cherish. Nothing, no defense for that whatsoever. This is to Nimrod and her centimillionaire Republican backers, RINO backers, and the RINO voters. The Republican Party has no race. It's just, it has nothing to do with race. It's just a collection of ideas that change every 5 years to match the ideas of the most radical anti-whites in the Democrat Party from 5 years ago. That's all they are. So, like, what she's saying here is what she just said in this video. Liberals know I bring in independents. So she's saying that the Republicans lose the popular vote because they don't get all of these independents, suburban women, and non-white people. Well, I've told you all before when I was running Jason Goes Political, which we'll bring back when we get closer to the joy of many folks out there. I'll bring back when we get close to electioneering time. But you're not going to have the minority vote, i.e. the non-white vote, until you start giving them more from the white tax-paying base than the Democrats are willing to give them. And then you're going to have to give double, triple, because they don't trust you. They look up, they still see a white person, even when you're anti-white. They don't trust you because they still see a white person, and white people are evil, according to the anti-white narrative. Let's continue.
Joe Biden's record is abysmal, but that shouldn't come as a surprise. The Washington establishment has failed us over and over and over again.
Yes, and how has it failed us? It's failed us because it has sold the country down the river. It has failed us because America is less Western every day. It has failed us because we have anti-whiteism coast to coast, north to south, that white people, like the little boy we're going to be talking about in a little bit, can be choked almost unconscious on a bus by an anti-white. That this is the norm. That we had an anti-white teenager, anti-white, non-white teenager, beating the living piss out of a 9-year-old little girl that is, although Hispanic, at least white presenting. This is happening all over the country. Nothing is said. The white race is dehumanized. That's how America has. That's how the governing swamp of filth, refuse up in D.C. has failed the rest of the country. Not because they have misused our dollars. We don't need more accountability on what's happening with our tax dollars. We need wholesale trials for traitors in this country. And where they are found guilty and the punishment is worthy of execution, put them up against the wall. That's how it's failed us. You know how you stop, by the way, you know how you stop corrupt businesses, and when you have legal systems that have this many loopholes as they do in the West. Because over years, things just get put on top of things, on top of things. You got laws that are passed. You got things that are carried down from judicial decisions of the past. And you just get thing after thing after thing that gets piled up, so that there are so many loopholes that people at companies, at drug companies, for example, can, if this were to happen in another dimension, or if it, because it's never happened yet, where a drug company manipulates a virus and releases it, manipulates a flu. I remember when so many years ago, we used to say flu vaccine. Aren't they just making a flu and releasing it and then releasing? Everybody used to speculate that. If that were happening, if people were producing vaccines that actually killed and harmed people at colossal numbers, if that was actually happening, there are so many codes and loopholes and laws and ways to defer and ways to defray and ways to prevaricate and ways to etc. when in law, that the villains know they never will be caught. And if they're caught, their punishment is never commensurate to their crime, ever. It never happens. So how can you handle a situation like that? I'm serious, ladies and gentlemen. And try to think about the answer to that question. It doesn't matter how many good people, how many Donald Trumps. You could clone Donald Trump and make 10,000 Donald Trumps to work in Washington, D.C. And you are still going to have people in infinite number of industries, practically, hyperbole warranted, that are going to be able to use all of these laws on the books forever and ever. And you can legislate. Think about the amount of time this is take, the amount that will have to go into it. There's one way to easily fix this. You get the people in these positions who are corrupt, unscrupulous, maybe psychopathic, to police themselves. And how do you get them to police themselves? You use a legal system beyond the one that they can manipulate. And you try and execute rapidly. When the people in power know that in like big pharma and big tech and all of these things that have the kind of money that you can't even fathom, when they know, even Elon Musk with all his money and even all of the others out there with all their money, When the government says, for the good of the people, for the good of the country, okay, I see that something has gone wrong here in Big Pharma. And therefore, this is not going to go to the normal courts because they have all the money and they have genius attorneys, and they'll hire thousands of genius attorneys to find all of the loopholes and ways to defray and defer and prevaricate, and they'll pay off judges and they'll pay off prosecutors. No, we're not going to let it go to that. It's going to go to a military tribunal because we're in a state of emergency or whatever it takes. Did she? Yes or no? Yes. Penalty for that. Execution. Firing squad. Put it on the TV. That is how you get the people with the power to police themselves. That is how you get the people with the wealth to police themselves, because there are infinite ways for them to hide what they're doing. Do you think, let's say this guy, and we'll get right back to this wonderful video by Nimrod here, anti-white Nimrod, Randhawa. Do you really think for a minute that if this video that Project Veritas released of this director of, what was he a director of, R&D or something at Pfizer or whatever it was, look into it for yourself. Let's say that that guy was being honest, just for argument's sake. All right, I'm going to submit that to you. For argument's sake, he was being honest, and that the company he works for, if it's Pfizer or someone else, is actually working on gain of function, manipulating a virus to release it anew because of the massive money. Do you think there'll ever be a paper trail? I mean, for God's sakes, like run-of-the-mill murderers, run-of-the-mill nobodies are able to murder people without paper trails. They don't get caught because of it. How many times, especially you ladies out there, you've watched these crime shows and it's like, and this piece of evidence and that piece of evidence and this piece of evidence, it's all pieces of evidence that are circumstantial or whatever. They can never like nail down the exact this to that to this to that to say, bing, it's that guy. Even though with all the other evidence and the way he or she behaved, you know it's that person, that guy or that girl, right? So if those folks can get away with murder and whatever else, financial crimes and whatever else, because there are so many infinite ways to hide things in a system that has been made infinitely complex, in part because it's just the nature of human dynamism, but also in part because thieves know that the more complex it is, the more holes there are to hide in. Just like a mouse, if a mouse lives in your house and there are a rat lives in your house, but there's only one big hole for him to escape, to come and go through. The egress out of the property and ingress into the property. Well, you're going to be able to set a trap there. You're going to be able to wait for him. But if he has thousands of holes, no, you're not going to be able to get him coming and going. You have to get him another way. And the guy who should be your president and chief and overlord is telling you right now, in infinitely complex systems, you have to get those with the power, the money, etc., that can hide things to police themselves. And you only get them to police themselves when you go after the one thing that all the money in the world can't buy back, and that's their life. That is how you get them to police themselves. That is how you get them to play fair. That is how you get them to treat the population fairly, equitably, reasonably, safely, etc. God damn, I'm good.
It's time for a new generation of leadership.
51 sagging milk bag women. Sagging, she's going to go in there with her sagging milk bags. You ever see these old cowboy movies and they have those leather bags that are old as time itself? They're like hanging down the horse, practically dragging on the ground. That's what I'm talking about.
To rediscover fiscal responsibility.
Oh, fiscal responsibility.
Secure our border and strengthen our country, our pride, and our purpose.
Okay, so what was the one thing there that had, well, let's see, hold on. Okay, there's nothing else. So we had fiscal responsibility back at the Republicans telling you what you need to be concerned about rather than listening to your concerns. Hey, Republicans. Hey, RINO Republicans. Hey, listen, RINO voters. You know what we're concerned about? We told you when we voted for Trump. We told you then. We want to make America great again because it is garbage squalid right now. It's not good. It is garbage, squalid, and going downhill every day. So we want to make America great again. We told you. Don't tell us that it's about fiscal responsibility. Don't tell us that we're worried or we should be worried about where our tax dollars go. It ain't about that. So then she says, secure our border. Well, we know she's not keen on a wall, and she's certainly not man enough like I am to mind that mother, because that's what needs to be done. Why am I the only one? You all know this who've watched me on PWR and watched me for years and years. I'm the guy who said mine the border. You wouldn't have a single, for all those people who don't care about white people, which is so many folks out there, the reality is if you mine the border, there won't be one Central or South American non-white girl who will be raped crossing the border. There won't be one child who will die crossing the border that's non-white. There won't be one, not one. Do you understand? You don't care about white people? There won't be one non-white person in America who will die of drug overdose from drugs that crossed the border if my plan was put into effect. So who cares more about these people? The guy who's white positive, who wants to put an end to anti-whitism, or Nimrod here, or the Democrats, anti-white Democrats who just want the border wide open. Mind the border. She doesn't want to do it. She wants to pour more money into it, like the schools in New York that are so good. And how about the ones in Washington, D.C.? that are so wonderful, the schools in Washington, D.C., that in the school newspaper, there's an obituary section. That's how good those schools are. Throw more money at it.
Some people look at America and see vulnerability. The socialist left sees an opportunity to rewrite history.
She's agreeing with them.
China and Russia are on the march.
They are not our... Russia, it does not need to be an enemy of the United States. Absolutely not. And we should take Washington's advice. But you know what? All of these new Americans, all of these, the new definition of America, that everything is alien to George Washington. They don't look back and see all of these white male heroes as their forefathers like I do. They don't look back and see themselves in the faces of all those white men. No, they're alien to that, and they take pride in how alien they are. I'm so different. I'm so different. In America's all about just putting on a new mask and having, no face. What is that demon called? Like the shape, there's some kind of shapeshifter where it doesn't even know its own actual shape, what it actually looks like. That's what these anti-whites think of America. What's that called? Time Traveler probably knows. What's that thing called? It doesn't know its own shape because it's shifted shape so many times. Right? And we should be pushing back on the economic and militaristic growth of China, of course, because we need to dominate this mother if we're going to stay safe. There's no play fair in the jungle, dumbasses. You dominate or you are defeated. The socialists. So my guess is that her problem is not, well, it's not my guess. I know for sure. When she just talked about Bernie and Biden, etc., Pelosi, she shares their social ideology of the anti-white narrative. She only objects to the economics of it. Oh, that gives you kind of a clue of who she's serving. It's the big money behind the Republican Party. That's it. That's a criticism that Democrat voters have, that it's right. The Republican Party, it's not for you and me. It's not for normal America. It's not for middle class, low middle class, upper middle class, upper class America. It's all about the big ass money donors. That's all she cares about. I'm going to push back against the socialists. Well, how about the socialists, bitch? How about them? They're anti-white. Well, not them. They're not paying me. And then, by the way, didn't she? I don't follow her. I'm not like a fanboy. I don't know anything about her. I just hear from time to time or read an article here or there or part of it. Didn't she get a job after she was governor in South Carolina, where she hooked up, I think it might have been Boeing, and then yes, it had to be Boeing, and then immediately got a 6-figure or 7-figure salary working for Boeing. I wonder what she knows about airplane design. You know, the Republicans are really quick to criticize Hunter and how he knows nothing about petroleum and digging for oil and natural gas and all of these kinds of things. What does Nimrata know about aircraft design? Zero. So she was paid by Boeing, a billion-dollar, multiple billion-dollar company, paid off by Boeing, who immediately hired her and said, here's your payment for hooking us up in South Carolina. And by the way, for those who are out there who might be dummies, or maybe just don't have the education yet, maybe you're young, I get it, still wet behind the ears. When you play in game theory, for example, when a game continues forever, for as far as you know, you don't play the game as though there's a set number of turns and then it ends. Your plays are very different then. Since Boeing has to work with people in government office in the future, and they need those people to hook them up before Boeing actually pays them the big money, they need to be able to say, look at what we did for the ones before you. So that's what happened here. So she hooks up Boeing, and then Boeing hooks her up, and now she's using economic socialism, and she's going to repay Boeing and whoever else is financing her. Well, ain't that America? You and me.
They all think we can be bullied, kicked around. You should know this about me. I don't put up with bullies. And
no, I'm so scared. She doesn't put up with bullies. Oh. Thanks, kindergarten teacher.
When you kick back, it hurts them more if you're wearing heels. I'm Nikki Haley.
Oh, God. When you kick back, it hurts more when you're wearing heels. Well, actually, if you're a guy kicking back in heels, and there are quite a few of those nowadays, it's going to hurt more than a little weak woman like you. And actually, it hurts a lot more when you're getting kicked back by a shit stomping jackboot. That's when it hurts the most, not in a heel. So cute. It hurts more when you get. She doesn't put up with bullies. Come on. Could you imagine in the jungle, which is the real world, how other leaders are going to hear that? We are in such bad shape. We are in such bad shape. I don't put up with bullies. Could you see her saying that to Xi or whoever's going to be in charge of China? I don't put up with bullies. Shut up. Okay.
And I'm running for president.
Okay, totally lame. Sick of it. And pulling it down. What did you all think? Was it dumb as you all thought it would be? It was as dumb as I thought it would be. We're going to take a short break, listen to the great Imminent Rain. and we'll be right back. This is such an awesome song. It is such an awesome song. But we got to keep rolling here, folks. We got to come back. We got to keep rolling. The great Luke Mason, ladies and gentlemen, a true epic hero in service to white well-being. All right, we are back, and I hope you're ready to continue to spread the white well-being, and you're going to take the URL, you're going to share it around, that you've already participated in both of those action items. I'm going to take a look at financial gifts that we have at this point, and then I'm going to get on to this story about the little boy right here in Virginia, actually in Alexandria, not terribly far from where I am, and him being strangled, white little boy on the bus, and to the ridicule and the scorn and the laughter and the jeers. It's the kind of thing that are in horror movies and novels. So let me see what you all are saying. I'll check also what you all are saying in the live chat. and we will proceed then to that story. Checking out over on Entropy, we have one over here on Entropy by the great Yiz the Unifier. Financially gifting $5. God bless you, champion. She says, weekly folk tithe to let the community know that my stream with Luke Mason, that's Imminent Rain we just were playing, is tonight at 7 p.m. Eastern. And so that's coming up soon, instead of earlier like I had planned. Apparently, Luke thought I was scheduling Pacific time. So unfortunately, I'll have to leave early tonight. Kip. Well, we love you, dear sister, and I will be sure to watch that in replay. Thank you, Big Kip. Keep it Promethean to you as well. God bless you. Let me swivel over to here. It looks like Odyssey is blank. Looks like we didn't miss anybody. Let's see. How old is that? Doesn't look like it can't be that young. Let me refresh. I'll check out D Live while that's happening. And we have Synergistic just followed us over there on D Live. Welcome, Synergistic. You have entered the House of Power. Okay. We're good. We're blank over there on Odyssey. Let me swivel around here and see what we have on Cash App. And over on Cash App, we have Ace has come in. We got one financial gift over here from Ace. God bless you, dear lady. Financially gifting 30. Count them, 30. I mean, we get out our 07s and raucous emojis. Raucous emojis, 07s, ladies and gentlemen. 30 white well-being dollars. And she writes here, thanks for all you do. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. It actually is a lot, quite a little bit of work. And people don't know that. You know, they think that Jared George and I used to talk about that sometimes, that you'd ask people like, how much prep do you think goes into like a stream? And you get these answers pre and post. You get these answers like, well, don't you just like kind of write in the title and press go live? Something like that. Thank you so much. 30 white well-being dollars. All right, that's looking good. Thank you all for celebrating. Let me take a quick look at the live chat over here on YouTube to see if I missed anybody, anything. Would like you to sign into law a White People History Month. Everyone else has their own month except for us. Well, I don't know that we would, cleansed of anti-whitism, we wouldn't need our own month. Cleansed of anti-whitism, I don't think that any group would want their own month. Over the years, when I've talked to non-white people of different races, and I remember even when I was in junior high school, and that was my crucible, I call it Crucible, and I was pushing back against anti-whitism for the first time. There was a black teacher, and I had a conversation with her about February being Black History. And I made my argument about why I thought that that was harmful to race relations and harmful to the white race. And then ultimately, therefore, harmful to the black race. And she agreed. I'm not going to say I convinced her because she came back at me with supportive points that she did not want there to be a Black History Month, etc. So I think that anti-whitism cleansed from the country, you wouldn't have this problem that we have today. I think the purpose, so how might that look, you wonder? Well, black people would have continuity, more black people, more black families would have continuity to pass on their history, their lore, and where more black people have continuity, and there's already more than enough money in the black community. So it's absolutely just disgusting that this is not already taking place. There would be schools for blacks, and they would be teaching about their lore, about their history, etc. there would be, an industry for them. There'd be an industry for different groups that would not be at odds with white well-being. The Black History Month today is used as, I'm not saying that it doesn't work for any Black people out there. It's not going to work the way that it would work in America, where it's rid of anti-whiteism. But it's largely used as a cudgel against white people, as far as white people interacting with it. All right. Truth, Jason, says testosterone. Thank you, my friend. Thank you. Have you shared the stream already? Have you participated in the action items? There are 2 of them. Macabelius is here. Macabelius sucks is here. Great to see you. Strolling through the crowd of champions. Spicy Peach. Hello and welcome. Crystal. Hello and welcome. What about, I wanted to mention about this Nimrata Haley. First of all, her husband is a great example. I really need to find the picture and pull it up. Picture of her, or did I use it? I think I used it as the thumbnail. The husband is a perfect example of a white person who hates himself. He's a white guy, right? Haley. And he has, instead of bringing his white heritage and white history with him to this marriage, he has adopted the heritage and history that her parents brought to America. And it's really a disgusting thing to watch a white person so infected with meme pathogens. What is his name? Michael? I don't know. He's a perfect example. This is like the broader picture of what's taking place. It's not just about her running for president and being chosen by the big money Republicans to work against the rest of us. It's not just that. But I mean, you can look deeper and you can see she marries this white man who absolutely hates himself, hates the white race. How do I know? There are a bunch of signs of that going on. He would never say he loves the white race. Let's be serious, right? So if he communicated anything to his children, it would be nothing but ideas. And it wouldn't even say, he wouldn't even take ownership for the ideas. Well, the white race thought of that. The white race implemented that. No. It's a perfect example of biological white erasure. A white person infected with anti-white ideas over the course of his life, who endeavors to escape this evil moniker, this evil seed, this evil blood. Now, having said that, absolutely there's the possibility of people of different races genuinely falling in love. It absolutely can happen. But that is, in my opinion, by far and away the infinitesimally small percent. The vast majority of white people, every single conversation I've had with a white person who married a non-white person, I discover, they didn't like the white race. They don't like our history. They're not proud of our heritage. In fact, it's the opposite. They think the white race is awful. They think there's nothing to be proud of. Well, when you think there's nothing to be proud of, then in fact your people's history is evil, and that this is a burden you're walking around with, then the inevitable is that you're going to make choices to escape. And it's choices of identity, what you're going to present yourself in the world as, choices to harm yourself, choices to take a non-white mate and have a non-white family and participate in their culture. It's everywhere. I mean, come on. Let's stop messing around. Let's say it like it is. And where it has actual like substance, right? So here you have this husband doing this. Well, she says she's all American. She's all about being American, right? Her parents were immigrants, and now she is a first generation American or whatever, born here, whatever she specifically said. And if that's the case, proudly American, then why is it that here she comes from her mother, Ajit Singh Randhawa, and the father, Raj Kaur Randhawa. She can't control that. But then she names her children Rina and Nalan, both Indian names. And now both the children, even though there's another lesson there, as is always, not always, but almost always the case, when white people have children with non-white people, the children look non-white. Sometimes they even look more non-white than the non-white parent. Sometimes they look like, I can see some white in them. A little bit rarer, they look like sort of a mash between white and non-white, and almost never they look white with a little bit of non-white. Her children are a perfect example of what happens when white people biologically white erase. That's it for the white race. And if this were true for any other race, anti-whites would be insane with rage that anybody would try to suggest that said non-white group reproduce with other people. For example, if when Indian people had babies with white people, the babies came out and there wasn't a trace of Indian, nothing, it's gone. Baby pops out, blue eyes, red hair, fair skin, facial structure of a white person, everything, skull structure, and then the way the baby behaves in the world, the child behaves in the world, very similar or identical to white people. They would say, oh, this is genocide when this happens to Indian people. But no, she gives birth to two children that look Indian. I grew up with a lot of wonderful Indian people. I knew some really trashy Indian people as well, but I knew wonderful Indian people. Different parts of India. These kids look Indian, and she gives them Indian names. So does this sound like the South Carolinian American that she's making herself out to be? Give me a break. All right. Jerome V is with us. Great to see you, brother. Euro Yankee is here. Wonderful to see you. Morb is with us. White Will Being Kitchen says the southern border needs to have a big wall with current machine guns on it. You mean like turret? Controlled by AI. No, see, that's actually like would kill people. You know, you'd have to be killing. Jody is here. Great to see you. Nathan Lentini is here. Hello, brother. Mr. Blank. Mr. Blank. That sounds like a great character in a movie. Yeah, that would have to kill people. A minefield would actually save lives like you wouldn't be able to count. It would put an end to border crossings, period. Nobody could tunnel the distance across. And you could also have different systems for monitoring that sort of thing if anybody tried. But 32nd parallel, did anybody look that up for me? And, you know, have one like twice as wide. And that's it. Nobody would cross. There would be no rapes, no children having babies, no drugs, no human trafficking, no polluting the landscape, no on and on and on and on. And not just to mention, when you have an open border, this is something they never talk about. Certainly the anti-white Democrats are not going to talk about, but even the anti-white or even just the Republicans, they're anti-white light. They won't talk about that either, what I'm about to say, which is that when you have an open border, you create incentives and disincentives, particularly in this case, Central South America, that create scenarios that victimize people to the tunes of who knows how many millions are victimized. You engender mafias in Central South America and Asia, I'm sure as well, and Middle East as well, for people who want to get over to be able to sneak in. The lives ruined, the lives destroyed, the lives lost, people snuffed out. It's incalculable. So the white guy here that wants to put his foot down on the border and say, nobody's coming across here. that guy would save who knows how many lives, not just the country we live in, start to clean up the country we live in by preventing it from becoming any more non-Western than it is. But also all of these other people, all of these mafias would go down the toilet, all of this. You know how significant it is? The United States banned alcohol prohibition for how long? That's what created the entire, what they refer to as the Italian mafia, but was largely just staffed by Italians and had a lot of people of Jewish descent, Meyer Lansky and a lot of others, Siegel, you could go on, in charge, and created that mafia that lasted for how long and ruined how many lives, ruined how many businesses. We had to have extra legal endeavors to take the streets back from these mobs, and they still limp on. You know how long, I mean, these mafias that are being created, Central South America, Middle East, Asia as well, these mafias that are being created and also magnified as a consequence of the southern border being open, who knows how long it would take to finally snuff these things out. These crime syndicates end up taking over regular businesses, and they're ruthless as all hell because they have so much money. They just buy up everything. They buy up all the politicians. They buy up media. They buy up, ruthless as all hell. That's being created, Central South America, Asia, and Middle East, thanks to the border of the United States being opened. Millions upon millions upon millions of non-white people losing their lives, in my opinion. And that's what all of these idiots, the RINO voters and the rest of just your typical vagues in America, that's what that's all they care about. White little boy getting strangled, we're going to cover in a minute. Nah, his life doesn't matter. That's funny. I put out the tweet of the white little boy who was picked up and body slammed at school in front of all the school buses waiting to board by an anti-white black student, picked up and slammed, body slammed on the concrete, and everybody laughs. That's funny. He gets up, he runs away. That's funny. Did you see that and not retweet it? Shame on you. Did you see it and retweet somebody else's? If they're not in this community, shame on you. We're the only people who have something that works. Everybody else, the reality is, it's whatever they're doing has failed already. For long before they came along. God bless them. God bless their hearts. Artificer, Davey, cool, Papa J, JK 160. This is such an awesome, cool show, says Sam. Sam is a smart guy. And I love that you play original, un-mainstream music. It all rocks. Of course I do, brother. Of course. Brother, I used to have, over all the years, man, I can't tell you how many times. I have all of these memories going through my head right now. In lobbies of hotels, boutique hotels, mainstream hotels, in people's homes, at meetings at libraries, at meetings at community centers, on and on, people's backyards, talking about campgrounds, talking about picnic grounds, talking about how, where they would agree with me. Kind of, it was sort of a lesser known thing than say, like, let's build a political party and we're going to march. We're going to march on DC. We're going to march on Britain. We'll march on London. Sure. Yeah, you just keep marching on the capitals of your countries. That's going to work. And build a political party. But to a lesser degree, people would talk about, well, we got to build our own culture. We have to really build our own culture. And I said, yes, we need to build our own culture. But that's not something, you can't just wish it. You can't just say, I hope we build a culture, or we should build a culture, because a wish list doesn't mean jack. I'm a man about getting things done. You think my body would be this awesome? You think my body would be this lickable? If I were one of these, I think I should be in shape. It'd be nice to be in shape. No, I'm a man who gets things done. And there aren't any excuses. I don't accept them from others. I don't give them and accept them from myself. So I said, we can make a culture. We can make our own culture. It's going to be naturally what comes out of us. But we have to get rid of these anti-white poisonous ideas, because you look out into the art world of those who object to anti-whiteism, and they're almost to a man and woman playing the villain in the most absurd, ridiculous, retardous way possible. The most like retardous way. They think you're not, they would think they're being original by saying exactly what the anti-white narrative tells them to say when you're the bad guy, when you're the antag. It's like these 13-year-olds that you look, there's like a group of 13-year-olds, and they all look identical. And they're like, we're rebels. We do our own thing. You're like, no. The producer of those shoes and that black makeup or whatever, they told you that this is the way to rebel, and you're just obeying them like a little automaton. You all look the same. You're not a rebel. You're doing what they told you. So then they said, well, how do you do that? And I said, let me tell you. And sometimes they were really smart people, the kind of people that, if given the right circumstances, they would have come up with the go-free method of argumentation and cleansing yourself of mean pathogens. And they were like, wow, I'm on board. And a lot of the time, their IQs were too low, or they were too wedded to the systems of the past. And they were like, no, if it's not going to look like a bunch of broken-legged geese marching in the streets, then I'm not interested. Beautiful, Sam. He says, thank you. You have completely ruined me for watching anything or anyone else. I love it. That's awesome, man. Very well stated. We're so epic here with our original music that we've engendered. Look at the talent. Look at the talent that we've engendered here. The best, the absolute best have come here in so many different fields. And now Sam's like, holy shit, everybody else is just lousy. Sorry, my friend. We're taking over. The great Brand Danger. And Lunder is here. God bless him. Kathy D. Kathy D says, some girl is calling you out on your IG post. I don't know. I have not seen it. Calling me out as too handsome? Probably. As too manly? Lunder says, hey, Coconut is here. Great to see you, sister. I'll take a look at that and see. I have so many of these little me-nots out there. They get so jealous. They get so green with envy. They all become like Kermit the Frog, and they start talking like Jordan Peterson. Some of these, especially in the wake of having a black woman on, are just like, they decided to come back. They're like round 57 of getting flattened by No White Guilt. The me-nots return. But we'll see. And we have Ivan, the quote blonde walrus, and the brunette elephant seal from Crucible do not belong in politics. They don't. You know that. You remember that part. Awesome, man. That was a tough night for me, my friend. That was a tough, very tough night for me. But you're right. They don't belong in politics. All right. Strolling through, as I scroll through, I got lucky with my wife, says Sam. She's Hmong, and she's always telling me how much she and her people love white people. Well, God bless her. He says, want to live like us, be like us, live among us, etc. That's cool. You did luck out, man. It was at a Christian event, the one I'm thinking of, Many years ago, down in Southwest Virginia, I met a guy who had married, I think she was Chinese, decades maybe earlier. And they didn't have children. But I don't know why. I didn't ask either. But she was like hardcore, sick and tired of the attacks on white people. And I was like, why can't white people be more like you? Why can't we have more white people like you? God, sad. Fit and healthy at any age, says Hales. Jason is spot on as usual. I'm so sick of the non-whites putting ads with whites all the time as couples. Oh, it's everywhere. And thank God it is. But here's the thing. It's just like the worse is better, that the other Nimrods out there, like the me-nots, the antags, they're always talking about worse is better, we need it to be worse. And then intelligent us say, really, what about South Africa, our once great country of South Africa? And they're like, you Fed. You're just a Fed. You're just a jaywalking Fed. Okay. All right. Please go get sterilized. We don't want you in the gene pool anymore. And it's the same thing. So as that gets worse in the media, we need, and it's bad, we need to get to our brothers and sisters with the Go Free method. Even if you just explain that part of the Go Free method to someone or on a post somewhere, and you're like, hey, look at this. Just look at the book where I wrote about that and write that out for folks to read. And then you will have changed their lives. You're not going to say to somebody, that sucks. Makes me mad. Makes me mad too. Why do they always portray that, white women want non-white men? It's saying this or that. Teach them how to see, my friend. Teach them how to fish. If you teach them how to see, they'll see forever. And every time, this is what I talked about when I was much younger, and I tried to talk leaders out of their stupidity. When I said, you'll never be able to meet the power of the anti-white media, superpower, infrastructure, their money, etc. So we need to use their strength as our strength. And they said, what do you mean, like judo? And I said, no, because that's a redirection of their strength. We need to make their strength our strength. And they said, that can't be done, young man. That can't be done. You can't do it. I did it. Christine Stewart is here. 38th parallel. That's it. 38th parallel. 38th parallel in Korea. 38th parallel. By the way, I'm going to say something about that. But first, I'm going to say that Jilly is here. Hello and welcome. I haven't seen you in a while. Great to see you. So 38th parallel. I knew Victorian time traveler, but what about what else did I ask? So anyhow, there was on Fox News a North Korean woman on with Brian Kilmeade, and this guy's pissed me off so many times. His opinions and the way he overlooks things, but his general personality I like. Very irritating though. And he has this woman on, and in the interview, she wrote this book about escaping from North Korea to China, where she's forced into sex slavery, escaping that into South Korea, then coming to the United States, then gets into Colombia because, of course, she's non-white and female. So, of course, she's just taken into Colombia. I'm guarantee you, like her education from North Korea was not sterling. She couldn't just, but white guy, no, sir, you're not getting in here. No, they wouldn't say, sir. There was no demon. You're not getting in. Anyhow, goes to Colombia. And what's the first thing she starts learning about? Hating white people in America. And she tried to talk about this with Kilmeade, and he just ignored it. And Kilmeade was even delivered by, I guess, his producers, a quote from her book where she mentions white people again, being like where they're at Columbia, they're saying white people are the problem. We know this is what they say. Again, Fox News, let's just ignore that. It's all about the ideas. It's just ideas. Who cares whether, listen, this is what Nikki Haley is doing. It's called proxy positions. Proxy position. Please get this in your heads. Use it. Put it in your mouth. RINO Republicans, they defend proxy positions and they take proxy positions. So when you defend something, it's not even, they're defending a proxy that therefore something that's not being attacked. So when you do that, you don't have a real enemy. And when you attack things that nobody really represents, you don't have a real enemy. But it looks like you're doing something. So while the fight everywhere for everybody to see targets and victimizes white people, she's talking about economic socialism. She's talking about an attack on our freedom. So these are proxy positions. Really despicable. All right. Oh, that's funny. Fit and Healthy at Any Age said, how many licks to get to the center of Jason? Ursa Major is here. I walk away from that. As I casually walk away from that. Hyperborean Jim is here. Numerical Courage is here. All right. I guess that's it. We're going to turn to this. Well, let me see if anybody financially gift. And we'll turn to this story about the little boy being choked. Okay, we didn't miss anybody on Cash App. That's blank. And let's check over here. We got a couple on... We got a couple on entropy. And we will read those. And I will then move on to this story. Dare I Speak Truth? Financially gifted, $5 and writes for white well-being. Beautiful. Thank you, my dear friend. Thank you. Folk Tithe, Dare I Speak Truth includes. God bless you. We also have Shady Lady, financially gifting $10. Says, thank you for persevering. Thank you for that appreciation. I deeply am grateful to folks when they will acknowledge all that I go through, all that I build, all that I create, all the time I invest. I'm one man in this giant machine. And there are good men, there are good women who are doing a lot for white well-being, and it's our work together that ends up accomplishing really great things. And but I guess that's why we always have to acknowledge that when we're doing great things, when we're doing good things, that we say, hey, thank you for that effort, because I know that you're doing it as charity. I know that it's your time. I know that it's in silence. I know that nobody is seeing it. That's why we have to celebrate each other. So I really appreciate it. Thank you. Shady Lady. Oh, and Shady Lady back again for another $3. God bless you. And this time some praying hearts, praying hands with a heart beside it. And then AU, I guess that's Australia. Is that supposed to be like the Australian flag? Thank you for that. Shady Lady. Maybe she's down under. Greek America says, in Greece, 5 children per woman is the average. Whoa. Is that true? Are we talking about white people? And we got a heart over on D Live from Synergistic Shift. Thank you for that. very much. And we have Randy saying on Odyssey, there's not as much social repercussion when non-white people criticize anti-white ideology, to a degree. I mean, you'll see them called white supremacist even. But you're right, to a degree. All right, let's have a look at this, ladies and gentlemen. This is horrible. Where did it go? I don't see it. So let's go ahead and pop it up on the screen again. And then we will, this is a short video. We're going to talk about this little boy. Really terrible what happened here. Come on, screen. All right. All right. Take a watch. If you are, it's a little violent. So just there's your warning.
Let me say one word. Let me say one word.
First of all, can you all hear that? This was in Fairfax County. Alexandria, to be specific. Could everybody hear that? Okay, here we go.
Ding, ding, ding.
Damn.
All right, so the first child made the like a boxer sound, like the bell, and that you heard in the background there, and then this anti-white, non-white female began attacking, and this 12-year-old that's when I was in the midst of my fighting mentally and physically for our people. He though is very small. This is a very small young man. I don't know if he was a preemie, but he is now. He's from a like blended family, so know that as well.
I'm like, you got my face. Don't ever say about me again. You got that clear? No. Damn. Damn, he's saying
And you can see he's smiling there. That's nervousness. That's fear.
you're not important to him. You.
Oh. This is a middle school, and she is more than twice his size.
Ooh. I do not stop talking like this. You shut up.
Oh,
Let me hold my phone. Oh, I do. Talking to them. Julian.
All right, so she said something about doesn't give a F about who he is or something, and then he's trying to defend his dignity and saying back, I don't care who you are. And then that's where she really starts to put as you can see right there, she has him pinned against the bus. This is, imagine when you're a child and you have to ride the bus, there's no escape in the bus. And what you hear, that speaker is the bus driver saying that don't change seats. That's it. That was his effort to stop this. So white children are riding school buses in terror all across the country. Wherever they have to ride with anti-whites, they ride in terror. Wherever you're white and you're not anti-white, you ride in terror. Shocking video captures Virginia boy, 12, being bullied, choked on bus. I mean, being bullied, is that all that is? Is that all that is? I mean, maybe mocking him for his size, that's being bullied. This is being assaulted. This is being terrorized by an anti-white child or teenager, I should say. She's most likely a teenager. A Virginia mom has shared horrifying video of her 12-year-old son being attacked on a school bus by a female classmate who left him with red marks and bruises after choking him in the shocking display of bullying. Come on. What is this, New York Post? Are you serious? Would it be called... Now, the only reason we do this is to share the key concepts or other concepts of going free. But this would be the kind of thing that you can speak to a neighbor, a friend, a family member, a co-worker, colleague with. You can say, what if a very large white female teenager was doing this to a prematurely born, because I got to believe he's got to be premature. He's so tiny for 12. Non-white child, particularly, you know, the one race that's been angelized the most is the black race. So what if this were a little weak, frail, black little boy that's being choked out to the jeers and laughter of white children on the bus? And then you can go down the list. Would this be described just as a case of bullying? Would this be something that is only being reported on by these alternative media sources? Would this be, and so you use like the word, I think was it hate hoax? No, what's the word, our word of the day from the glossary? Yeah, it is hate hoax, I think. So that doesn't fit here, but this is a hush crime. And you communicate many things by calling it a hush crime. You're telling your audience who's in charge, because if they can prevent the news from getting out, that group is in charge. Those are anti-whites who are in charge. Taylor Brock, whose son, and remember, you're not effectuating anything for the recapture of our destiny by getting with somebody you already know agrees, or somebody who is brand new to you, and you both saying, yeah, if this were reversed, it would be big news. You have done nothing. Do you understand? You've accomplished nothing. So you have to, in these opportunities, communicate to your audience what is really being done, who is really in charge, who is really victimized by this. And you do that by using the concepts that we teach, very simple, with the Go Free method of argumentation. You actually change the world with something that is legal, that is moral, that works to prevent you from getting fired from your job or shunned out of your community, etc. How could you be like shunned? How could your neighbors shun you? Could you imagine your neighbor going and saying, geez, that Jason guy over there, he said that it's unfair that white people are being victimized. Can you believe that? He thinks that nobody should be victimized. Your other neighbors are going to be like, yeah, what's the big deal? Taylor Brock, there's much more to this case, by the way, much more to it. Taylor Brock, whose son is a seventh grader at Walt Whitman Middle School in Alexandria, posted the distressing footage from the January 6th incident on her blog Monday. That's the mother. The woman in clip shows the girl hitting her son, grabbing him by the mouth and neck, threatening him, and then apparently choking him while pushing him into the seat. No, it looks like against the window and metal frame of the bus. You know, come on, New York Post. The drivers only heard warning students not to switch seats. My son came home crying, and I saw the marks on his neck. Brock told WUSA 9. It breaks my heart that there are all these kids on the bus, and not one decided to stand up. Yeah, That's how it was for me too. That's how it is for your children. You have a school full of white kids, and none of them will stand up and say, you're not going to do this. That's one of ours. You don't have, where are the non-white kids that are growing up to be good people? Why aren't they standing up and say, knock that off? You're not going to treat him that way. Well, the reason why it's not happening is because of the anti-white narrative. White people have been dehumanized. He deserves this because he's born white, or at least white presenting. She wrote on her blog that his attacker was the same girl who had stolen a toy from him months ago. So this is indeed a heinous assault on this little boy. And this is a great opportunity to speak up about anti-whitism and what's going on in the West, everywhere. White children are being attacked. How many videos have you seen of white children all the way up to Sweden walking home from school and being assaulted by anti-white, non-white children, beating the life out of them? Gang assaults, ganging up on the child, lynching the children. It might be one, it might be two children, white children, and then 5, 6, 7 anti-white, non-white children. And if there are any other white kids present, just watching, doing nothing. Why are they just watching? Why were they just watching when I was in fights? Why were they just watching before then? Why are they still watching today? Because they believe it to be evil to defend white people from victimization. Do you get it yet? Do you get it yet? This is not about to the white kids around them. I know there are guys out there that are going to be saying, well, the white kids, they just don't know how to defend themselves. And so they can't come to help the white kid that's being terrorized and choked unconscious against a metal frame of a vehicle. No, they can't do it because they need more training and fighting. No, they don't. They need a moral imperative that enables them to stand up with righteous indignation and say, take your goddamn hands off of that other kid. And we teach that moral imperative here. It's not enough to say that, well, the church gives you morals or our ancestors give you morals, because the moral imperative that we're living by is psychological warfare. You need a moral imperative that is the psychological defense to the psychological warfare being waged against us. And with that, I'll be right back.
You're my bottle of wine, you get better with time. I think it's clear that I'm happy you're mine. It's crazy how all we can do is grow. No need to ask, cause I'm letting you know. I just fall for your harder each and every day. Butterflies intensified, they never went away. Love only grows, what more can I say to you? Does my heart still skip a beat? Can my knees still get weak? Do I still float when you're with me? Do I still feed for your kiss and my hands on your hips? My response is that's for sure, and even more. My favorite thing to look forward to each day is the end of it, cause next to you I lay. Always am excited to see you. Your love was a hit, but even better's the sequel. Always a pleasure to see what is next. I did something right in life cause I'm with the best. If you ever wonder, I hope this song can express it. Listen to me now. Does my heart still skip a beat? Can my knees still get weak? Do I still float when you're with me? Do I still feed for your kiss and my hands on your hips? My response is that's for sure, and even more. even more. Does my heart still skip a beat? Can my knees still get weak? Are you the most beautiful woman I've seen? Still, does my heart still skip a beat? Can my knees still get weak? Do I still float when you're with me? Do I still fiend for your kiss and my hands on your hips? My response is that's for sure, and even more, and even more.
Exactly what people think, and this is extremely dangerous to our democracy.
And we are back, and we are amazing as always. Let's see what you all are having to say, and we're going to move right into the Go Free lesson of the day, and we're going to have calls. We're going to make plenty of time for calls tonight. How does that sound? Plenty of time. Is the mic still working right? Is the video still working right? Let me know. Let me swivel around to here and have a look and see what's going on in our Cash App over here. It is not working. Let me see what the heck is going on. Has anybody had any problems sending me anything on Cash App? Oh, here it is. We have Art Acrobats financially gifting $4. God bless you, brother, and always great to see you. And he says with those $4, for Western Kind. And here we are, for Western Kind. In not too long, we're going to be talking about, at the announcements phase, the big conference, Central Texas, end of March. Stick around. Stick around to find out about that. I will be there. You will be there. So, $4 for Western Kind. Thank you so much. And we have the ever reliable, a wonderful woman. I love Jesus Christ, coming in with 10 Save the White Little Boys on the Bus dollars. Save the White Little Boys on the Bus dollars. Thank you so much for that. And she says, with those $10 for white well-being. God bless you. I would say, Kate and I took, and thank God for Kate. Thank God for the great Kate. Because we were talking on the phone, and oh, that's why that's up. I was wondering, I was like, why is that screen up there? We were talking on the phone, and so we talking about, hey, potentially this is in Alexandria. I get the great Franklin on the phone, and we see about the great Caleb. Maybe we go to this Walt Whitman school. Maybe we try to talk with this woman, but we found out that she is probably more likely to come out swinging at us as a true suppliant and worshiper of anti-whitism. She is in a blended family. Good for her. I hope they have a wonderful life. But she is in a blended family, And so it might not be the best thing to do to reach out to her. You know, even standing outside of that school with a sign that, hey, this Walt Whitman, they don't care about white kids. They'll just allow them to be terrorized on a bus. That might even get her to come out and speak out against us. So she's very impassioned. She filed and so a big thank you to the great Kate for helping to avert that from happening. This mother filed a restraining order against this other student who attacked her son, and a judge ordered that she not come within 50 feet or something like this. The school won't enforce it. The school's like, oh, well, too bad. When does the school get to override the decision of a judge? And Kate had mentioned that when parents are separated or divorced, the school has to obey by the decision on and can't turn the children over to one parent when it's the other parent's day or something like this. But for some reason, this tormentor, this anti-white tormentor, is on the bus with him. Imagine that. Imagine being that child. That's horrible. It's really infuriating. God bless you. I love Jesus Christ. And let's see. White Wellbeing Kitchen, did you hear about the illegal immigrants going through the border between New York City and Quebec? And the Quebec government is having a hard time dealing with them. I did not know that. But of course, we don't consider anyone an illegal immigrant here because the ear is against the door. So we consider them border crossers. So they were border crossers crossing the border there and getting across. Wow, I haven't heard about it. But I have heard over the years, you know, where they're coming in at other places, folks coming in at other places along the northern border. And anti-whites, Democrats specifically, will say, hey, why do you only care about the Mexican one rather than the Canadian one? Is it because there are white people in Canada? And, you know, or they'll even say, because Canada's white. What is that noise? What is causing this noise? Anyhow, and then Mexico is non-white people? No, because Mexico is a fallen state, in my opinion, and in the midst of a civil war, and they're just pushing people through the border, whereas Canada has some measure of border control. Big difference. Mind Over Magic had to take care of some personal issues, but wanted to ask you if you thought the GOP was stuck in the anti-white narrative too. Totally. They're totally stuck in the anti-white narrative. 100%. Oops. All right. We'll isolate that sound. We're going to come over here to entropy, and we're going to see what has shown up. Eric is here. Cheers, brother. Great to see you. All right. We have, wow, ladies and gentlemen, wow. Get out, please, the raucous emojis, some diamonds, some 07s, some 007s, 007s. We're getting them out right now for Marie Curie, who just financially gifted over here on Entropy $300 US. 300 white well-being dollars. A salute and your hand over your heart for Marie Curie. God bless you, dear lady. God bless you. That is truly epic of you. Epic of Marie Curie. We have dedicated people here, and they're doing all sorts of things. They're contributing in every way that they can. We are making it happen. Marie Curie, 300. Save that white little boy dollars on the bus. And by God, we're going to do it. Because you know why? You know why? Every one of your dollars in me becomes a conversation 10,000-fold with folks armed with the curative contagion, going to their friends, family, and strangers. And they're not just saying, imagine if it were reversed. Gosh. And then they walk away. They're like, it's a hush crime. This is anti-whiteism. Arming them with the concepts that change our world. I am going to keep being, I don't care how many people get pissed about it. I don't care how many people try to tell lies about me, to try to besmirch me, to try to smear me, to try to tarnish me, to undermine me. I don't care. I'm going to keep fighting to put an end to this because I know the fear in that little boy. I can feel it when I look at them. The little white boys, the little white girls, terrorized by anti-white thugs who can be any race, including white, by anti-white teachers who are any race, including white, telling them how much they have to hate themselves. You will get out there and you will share this and we will put an end to it finally. It's never going to be attended to by voting or violence. Get it through your heads. Get it through. Every time with these parties. What did I tell you with the parties? How many times I got to tell you? You know what happens in parties? Thousands of dollars go missing. There is no political effort that's ever going to accomplish anything, but always thousands of dollars are lost. And then it's kind of like Jason's right all over again. It's always like, well, there's some kind of intrigue. There's some kind of lying. There's some kind of stabbing in the back. Oh, it's discovered that these people are non-white actually in charge of this or that Nazi group. Oh, if more people are found out behind the scenes that are financing. And wait a second, they're not even white-eyed. They're anti-whites. Time and again, how many times do our people have to be fooled? You know what can't happen here? You know what can't happen? There's no party to undermine. There are no egos to clash. Look how long I've been doing white well-being. Look how long we have been changing the world, literally everywhere you go, and you're able to change the world. Look how long that has happened. And not once has there ever been any intrigue. Not once has there ever been any big fights of leadership. Not once, because there can't be. Not once has there been tens of thousands of dollars disappearing. Not once. I mean, let me ask you something. These groups out there, these big groups that receive the money that you can see are like the $5 this and the $5, that's the money you can see. Somehow they're able to give out financial bonuses in the $10,000 range, in the tens of thousands. Bonus? What are these groups for? Stop being hornswoggled. Stop being cheated. Stop elevating these people to the point of financial success and intellectual aggrandizement. Well, you walk away with nothing. I give you and give you. Maybe you never even give back. Maybe you never do for us at all. But thank God there are champions. Like the good folks that are spreading the lexicon, dialectics of the go-free method of argumentation, and further to cleanse yourself of the deep-seated toxic beliefs. There are people who give back financially as well. Marie Curie, $300 for the protection, she writes, of my victimized white brothers and sisters, and for the protection of our innocent children, in all capital letters, exclamation point. Thank you so much, all caps, for your work, Jason. 3 exclamation points. Greetings from Germany. Promethean greetings. Promethean greetings from the once great state of Virginia, my dear lady. A salute and my hand over my heart. God bless you. One great ring. No more ethnonationalism. That was defeated. World wars put an end to that, right? You should be smart enough. No more ethno-nationalism. We are one people, many countries. And adopting the go-free method presupposes that we are going to nurture all of our various hues of Western civilization, of Western culture, so that each of us will be more than we ever were in our idiosyncrasies. God bless you. Thank you for that. Think about where this comes from. What kind of a heart does it take? What kind of a people come to white well-being? What kind of a heart does it take where a person in a Western country on the planet says, for all of my brothers and sisters on planet Earth? That is a noble, heroic, broad-minded, very big person. It's very easy to be small and to be benighted and to be like, well, it's just about our little tiny of this little shit here over there, little shit over there. Enough of that. That's been beaten. We've had our heads smashed against each other time and again. They're not going to smash our heads anymore together with the Go Free method. Because when they go to smash our German heads together with our American heads, we're going to say, we're going to come take care of you instead. We're going to come take care of you all, anti-whites in charge instead. You know what happens with ethnonationalism? More smashing the heads together. Good, Whitey. You never learn. You never learn. More smashing your heads together until your genetic stock is squat. God bless you. Thank you, dear lady. Shady lady from down under again. I think she's from down under at least. Back again. Back again, shady lady. $10 more. So we got to get her an 07 and some raucous emoji. She hit the $20 minimum, folks. Shady lady. Thank you so much. $10. Been insightful. Hope to catch another live soon. Well, thank you so much. And we will see you next time. I don't know what time it is over there in the once great country of Australia, but we're going to make it great again so that the stars burn bright in the sky. Biospiritual Harmony is here. Great to see you. Thank you, everybody. Italian food lover, 0022 is here with us. Thank you all for celebrating. This is what we celebrate each other. We celebrate. I've actually seen me-nots criticize us for celebrating each other. Could you imagine that? Wow. I guess when you're hard LARPing. All right, we'll swivel around to here. Looks like we're blank on Odyssey. And D-Live, looks like we're blank on D-Live. Hello to everybody that's there, though. All right. Let's talk about the Go Free lesson of the day. Shall we? How's everybody doing? Let me take a quick look at the live chat. We're going to set aside enough time. Okay, I got that. Lentini says, no one killed, and made their father aware. So did you start somewhere else? Okay, so Lentini is tagging Clips for all his great work. No White Girl Clips is here. Champion, great to see you, brother. Great to have you here. So I don't know if I missed the first part of what you were saying or if this was for me. Made their father aware, told them to get teacher supervision and called them anti-white. Their dad was fired up righteously, and so was I. So something I missed. Damn it. Davey Boyd says, did you hear about the white school children being forced to say Black Lives Matter on the playground? Yeah, we tweeted about that, actually. I will probably cover that. At their elementary school, those who refused were beaten and dragged. Yeah, that is. Look at what's happening to us in South Africa. I've been saying this forever. That is what's going to happen. That's happening to us there. That's going to happen to us everywhere. In South Africa, that's like, absolutely, of course, you're beaten and dragged if you don't pledge allegiance or whatever, fealty forever to anti-whiteism. And you're white, that's perfectly normal. So that's happening increasingly elsewhere across the West. Northern Dawn is here. It's monstrous, brother. All right. let us continue. We're going to jump into the segment of the day of the Go Free lesson, which is anti-whitism in private industry. So let me get my glasses. And this is very important because you all will be in private industry. You'll be in associations. And so this is something that you will be empowered by. Go Free, second edition, iteration 2, page 67. Anti-whitism pervades all areas of our lives. Our workplaces and social networks exhibit some of the harshest anti-whitism. In these places, forced diversity and sensitivity training, white guilt, and indoctrinate Westmen. Anti-white tribunals are held, and social lynchings are perpetrated. We'll just go quickly. Let me look at the time. Okay, it's almost 8. So we want to give more than enough time so that callers are not rushed today. I want to get to you all the most important information. Anti-white tribunals are now part of the human resources departments of most organizations. So an anti-white tribunal is when anti-whites sit in judgment of a white person or even a non-white person who stands up against anti-whitism in some way, intentionally or unintentionally. But it inhibits the ability of anti-whites to victimize white people in the various ways that they can victimize us. And they call you on the carpet. This can be at school. It can be at the workplace. It can be in a private association. And they meet punishment, which can mean firing or expulsion. But it could also mean, or will at least mean, permanent stain on your record. They are part of almost a permanent part of most human resources departments. Anti-white tribunals are the meetings, hearings wherein bias incidents or claims of racism are adjudicated. In these hearings, Westmen are interrogated, terrorized, humiliated, and punished for expressing, holding opinions at variance with anti-whitism. This is important because we're having all these school attacks on white people, not school attacks on white people at school. And the same thing, of course, is happening at work. But because of that, I felt like it was important to touch upon this and to direct your attention to it in the book. So please do check it out. Social lynchings are becoming commonplace. Employees, students, and members of social networks who hold opinions that deviate from anti-whitism are socially lynched. Anti-whites zealously attack those who express even unintentional opinions incompatible with the anti-white narrative. These assaults consist of anti-white slurs and economic, social, and psychological attacks. Even, of course, physical attacks. This is a lynching of that little boy. What I was describing earlier are these anti-white lynchings. Social lynching often results in alienation from family and friends. It can also mean a loss of employment and all the associated costs, the losses, health insurance, food, auto, mortgage, etc. Thankfully, the verbal framework of Going Free wards against the social lynching, as well as providing appropriate responses to it. The increasingly complex and multifaceted system of engineering submission to anti-whitism is designed to deter and punish dissent. In addition to these systemic anti-white techniques, there are a great many specific actions taken within the private sphere that undermine Western kind. Hiring, acceptance, and promotion policies that humiliate, demoralize, and exclude Westmen by discriminating against them to satisfy anti-white goals, such as racial quotas and diversification objectives. That always means fewer white people. It's always anti-white, because who can you get rid of? And specifically white males. Whenever they say diversity, fewer white males. Generally, fewer white people. White people aren't going to get the promotions. They're not going to get the job. They're not going to get the spot at school. Another example is the religious organization or pastor who demoralizes and deceives his white congregants by preaching MPs as the word of God. Make sure you have a revisit there, since we have so many of these going on in the news lately. It's definitely worthy of a revisit. And I want to share here hate hoax from the glossary. What is a hate hoax? You hear us talk about that. That's any covert act committed by one or more anti-whites in the guise of a white person or people that conforms to the anti-white narrative and thereby demonizes Westmen is a hate hoax. Hate hoaxes draw the noose of suspicion around the throats of all white people and thereby are hate crimes, by their definition, but we don't use that, against our entire race. So think about it. Their allegation is that a hate crime against one non-white person by a white person, that adds an enormous amount of punishment to a conviction. Well, what is it then when you commit one of these hate crimes against an entire race? Well, it's nothing if it's the white race. If you draw the noose of suspicion around the entire white race, an entire white community, an entire white town, you all have seen this many times. You don't need specific cases. You can go look for specific ones, but you have seen this many times when there is a hate crime in a town. The town can have hundreds of thousands of people. And there's like a noose put up or a swastika painted somewhere. And then the news media, everything rolls into instant, wild tribulation, printing, reportage, proof of the anti-white narrative. This is what white people, all white people, if they're not radically anti-white, are in their hearts. And then you have seminars at work. They bring in professionals, anti-white professionals, to all the schools, K through 12, and then at all the community college, or if there's a big university there, they bring them in. All the newspapers wring their hands over how evil the white race is. They'll talk about harming that particular or other non-white races throughout history, whether it happened or not, and how it was the fault of white people. And then they browbeat the shit out of white people at all these different levels, everywhere you go, about how awful you are and how the only way you can be moral is by being anti-white if you're a white person. That's the only way you can be moral. And then they find out, it was actually done by the targeted group. It was actually committed by the targeted group. I remember, for example, let me stop right there. Actually done by the targeted group, and then nothing. No apologies for all the browbeating. No apologies for all the white guilting. No apologies for the demonizing. No apologies for the intellectual, psychological, emotional harm inflicted on white people, particularly white children. No apologies. No, let's have another seminar in this classroom or at work that condemns anti-white people for these heinous crimes where they draw the noose of suspicion and guilt around the entire white population of this town. Let's talk about how evil that is for anti-whites to do. And in particular, that particular anti-white, non-white person who did X, Y, or Z. No, they don't do that. No, they just let the news disappear. And then our people have nothing to say in response. Our people go out into the world and they're like, well, yeah, did you hear? At best, they're like, did you hear that was actually done by a person who is a member of the targeted group? Really? Are you sure? It's not in the news. Well, yeah, it is, though. I mean, it was in it was in the back of the newspaper. I found it. Well, I don't know. But those things happen, though, right? You all have to put up with that. That's not victory for our people, for the reclamation of our destiny, for white well-being, is it? That's not victory. Going to that same person and saying, hey, that was a hate hoax? Yet again, another hate hoax. Now you got a tag. Now you got a concept. Hate hoax? That's when all of these anti-whites of all races commit these hate hoaxes all the time to demonize white people. And then since the media is controlled by anti-whites, you see how this works better than trying to say, oh, it's all just this one other race of people or something. Since the media is dominated by anti-whites, and besides, that's the truth. Since the media is dominated by anti-whites, they only printed it in the back of the paper like they do every time. These anti-white hate hoaxes, they take place all the time. Phil, Bob, Mary, Jane, whatever your damn name is, they take place all the time. Then what ends up happening is Phil, Bob, Mary, Jane, whatever their names are, when the next event takes place, if they have a little bit of a memory, they'll remember. And they'll say, wait, didn't this have a name for it? Is this another one of those cases? Maybe they'll come back to you. What was that called again? Maybe they'll remember, because it's easy to remember hate crime, hate hoax. It's a hate hoax. Wonder if it's another hate hoax. That suspicion lives, friends. It breathes. So when anti-whites, and you know, it's been done by people of all races, they go out and they commit a hate hoax, we turn their action into our power. You're welcome. Their action into our power. Once you get everybody at work, everybody at school looking out for hate hoaxes, when they happen, instead of immediately condemning all of the white race, white guilting everybody, they're all going to wonder, what if, though, this is a hate hoax? The most radical anti-whites are going to want to run with it. But the majority of people are going to say, what if it's another hate hoax? Now, we shouldn't condemn everybody here. And when they say, what if it's another hate hoax? What are the unspoken presuppositions? You are welcome. That there are anti-whites in the world, that they're vicious enough to do this kind of thing, that they dominate the news and entertainment media. Are you following me? Hate hoax. Make sure you use it. We'll jump back to the MP that I wanted to cover today, meme pathogen, which is, it is our moral obligation to help non-whites. Now, this MP, now let me set aside, for example, just I guess for starters, let me say, set aside that it is in our nature to help people who are genuinely in need of help. Okay? That's not what we're pointing out here is an MP. If there's a person in need, irrespective of their race, it's in our nature to want to help them. So it's a good thing. It's natural for us. Anti-whites use that about us against us. One of the reasons why I wrote Prometheus Rising, Take Back Your Destiny, where you find out in a mythopoetic way, didactically, about our strengths and weaknesses and how they're used against us and how we can stop our strengths and weaknesses from being used against us. How we can make them work for us. So the anti-whites take this natural inclination of ours, which is a beautiful thing, to help people in need, irrespective of race. What's amazing is that we have been taught to not help people of our own race. Absolutely, that happens now. Because of the anti-white moral imperative. So what do we suggest as a retort? An MC, a meme curative. This is a base you can begin with. You can memorize it. You can use it exactly like it is. You can change a little bit given the circumstance. You can reword it totally. You can have it used as the basis for something that you then create. Moral responsibility requires reciprocity. There is no reciprocity, which means that it is just anti-white. So how do you encounter this? What are the ways that this is a meme pathogen that used to be much more prevalent when the country was almost entirely white. This was a big meme pathogen. Anti-whites used it everywhere. It's your moral obligation. God wants you to do it. God wants you to open your borders. They're all crying outside. The whole world is out there. They're all crying. Why won't you let them in? Well, because the whole world's out there crying. That's part of the problem. And you let them all in and the house is done. The country's done. But why won't you let them in? It's used in personal scenarios. It's used in very public scenarios, but much more back in the day. It still occurs today. Often it's used, you'll see it used when it comes to sending your aid away. So you fly your aid over top of white people in need, drive it by white people in need so that it can go thousands of miles to non-white people in need. How much sense does that make? It's your moral obligation. You got to do it. So what you got to say in response is moral responsibility for you to be morally responsible to someone else requires reciprocity. You don't give away your naughty bits to anyone. That makes you a whore. You don't give away your morals to anyone. That makes you a fool. So it requires reciprocity. How much has America gotten back from Mexico? How much has America gotten back? How much has founding stock America gotten back from Ecuador? How long and how hard have these peoples thought about our suffering, the suffering of Western kind? How religiously, ardently, vigorously are they reaching out of moral obligation to put an end to our victimization? Where there is no reciprocity, it is just anti-white. Make sure you share that, my brothers and sisters. This is how the world has actually changed. It was words, concepts that defeated the West, and it will be words, concepts that will recapture our destiny. We're going to listen to For Null for a moment, and then we will be back with the mail and your comments and calls and the announcements. So, heads up.
How's it going? This is Raymond from the Australian Vanguard. I'm just walking down to my local shopping centre and I'm going to go in and grab myself a coffee. With this. Let's see if I get some good reactions. Take it easy. G'day. Reactions have been freaking awesome. I've got old women smiling at me. I've got people running up to high-five me. I've got old men and women driving past like grandmas, beeping and like sticking their hands out the window, giving me thumbs up. Like every second person's giving me a thumbs up and smiling. People are saying, good job, mate, good job. I'm saying, love yourself, and they're like, that's right. It works. It works. No White Guilt was right. It's about time people start listening.
Drowning in the argument, the anti-white says, what exactly is anti-white? You have got to be animated with the righteous passion of reclaiming our destiny. We are the heroes of this era. And we are back. That was the great Raymond Foster there a moment ago. And what a true champion. Looking out for people too. Mind yourself, watch yourself. The guy's epic. Down under champion. Stephanie Love is here. Cheers. Great to see you. Let's see. Sam is asking a question. Let me. Right. See what I meant about original white well-being, original music? I'm blasting this. That's awesome. I know. For Null is really awesome. Mind Over Magic, Cornelius Nullen is a badass synth musician. Oh, he totally is. That is a guy with many, many talents. Chris is here. Wing It is here. Lentini says, your subscriber count should be closer to 24 million than 24,000. And it probably is, though not acknowledged by YouTube. And on all platforms, you are definitely reaching many million. Well, I appreciate you saying that. I don't know about that much, but excuse me. But we definitely are suppressed. There are many people. There are more people watching than it's showing. There are more subscribers, in my opinion, and we've reached far more people than it appears. But something that is definitely true is that we have content creators that watch what we do, even some that you would think, nah, not him, not her, but they do. They will never mention me. They will never mention us. They won't use the exact same. They won't use our lexicon. Some of them do, but few. Instead, they take my deductions and then they work those deductions into their own content to make themselves look bright. There are other ones that are real champs that watch and they say, okay, I like this, but I don't think I can openly say it. And so I'll share what I can. And for those folks, we salute. But generally speaking, though, we have doers out there that are watching. And of course, everybody here who's speaking up is a true champion. John sharing that Mark Dice is selling I Love White People shirts. That is fantastic. God bless him. God bless the epic champ. the King of Kings, Mark Dice. Yeah, big time champion. 0022, 100%. Palmeros is here. Hello and welcome. Big time champions in our. Buscape is here. Great to see you. All right. Redbeard is asking somebody about Nick Fuentes. Mind Over Magic says Kate is a true champion. Oh, that's an understatement. She is really, really, really something special. Big time. Okay, I'm going to do the mailbag right now. And before it gets any later, reach way over there. First piece of mail. I haven't had an opportunity to read this, so I will read it, I guess, next Sunday. But today, we are going to go ahead and celebrate because with this letter, along with this letter, Doug financially gifted 30, count them, baby, 30 white well-being dollars. He's financially gifted before, a true champion. Let's hear it for Doug, ladies and gentlemen. He's out there. He's doing the right thing. He's promulgating the concepts. He's making sure that he is a participant in this great struggle to recapture our destiny for the benefit of our people and therefore for the benefit of everybody that lives in Western civilization. Doug, a great human being, $30 financial gift. Thank you so much, brother. And I will take a look at your letter and I will read that next time. So it's like you're getting double treatment. You're getting double treatment by being able to appear twice in the mailbag. I deeply appreciate it. I was a bit late. I do have something though in the mailbag that I'm ready to share. Thank you everybody for celebrating Doug. There's no white Go clips saying 07 to Doug. Yeah, 07. The Penguins are out. The Penguins. Thank you so much, Doug. This is interesting. All right. You know what I also want to do? I've got another message back from Anthony of the GFC of Arizona. And so I got to get back to him. But I did want to show. Oops, don't unfold these. Couple more of these shirt designs that he sent in the mail. How do you like that? Never surrender. nowhiteguilt.org. That's pretty sweet, isn't it? Did I show this one last time? BPE. No white guilt. BP, big Promethean energy. Yes, indeed. I love it. BPE. There's another one here with BPE on it. So these, will probably end up, some of them will probably end up available. Maybe no white guilt collectibles.com. We'll see. I'm going to talk with Anthony. Very cool stuff. God bless Anthony for the hard work that he is doing. A true champ shows up and he's like, I'm a Westman. I'm going to make it happen. I'm going to play part in this. I'm not going to be an observer. I'm not here just to doom documented or whatever the entire time. I'm going to be an actual participant. God bless him for that. Slots in the live chat says, in 5,000 years, anyone who donated this early will have a statue somewhere. Oh my God. Yes. They'll have a spaceship named after them. Are you kidding me? Absolutely. Yeah, there'll be a Kate spaceship. And it'll probably have a hood ornament that's a squirrel. Just wait and see. Escape says we need a neon glow, no white guilt plaque on the moon. That also tells you the time in each region. Hey, man, we can make it happen. Boss Moss is here. Mike says, I love the BPE one. Yeah. So do I. That's really cool. Time Traveler says, a crucified squirrel will be the hood ornament. Lunder says a spaceman instead of a basement, where Kate likes to put all of her animals, and they're never seen again. Clips wants to call in. We're going to make extra time. You are number one on the list, brother. You're the first one to ask. So we're going to be having that very soon here. Get ready, folks. I'm going to share something this letter here. It's beautiful. It's a beautiful letter. And this is from Blue-Eyed Wolf. Blue-Eyed Wolf writes here. Hello, brother. Nice to talk to you again. I want to speak about how a lot of the vagues out there, even pro-white people, seem to be traveling down a dark, dangerous, anti-white path. And because other groups like Ant-Nats, all they get every once in a while is a flare of light, which could inevitably lead to disaster for them. However, with the Go Free method and the people in our community, we can be that incandescent continual flame to safely light their path in their darkness. Thank you for your continued endurance for the well-being of our folk. I heard about you being untimely discharged from PWR. At the time, it may have seemed to be unfortunate. However, it has proven to be an unanticipated windfall. Thanks again, Blue-Eyed Wolf. P.S. No matter what woes may happen, never despair, and always endeavor to prevail. Let's get some 007s for Blue-Eyed Wolf, this great gentleman. Raucous emojis, diamonds for this wonderful gentleman. A beautiful testimonial here and a financial gift of 300. Save the white baby dollars. 300. Let's put an end to anti-whiteism. Let's save the white little boys and little girls. Let's put an end to the white little boys being body slammed. Let's put an end to the white little girls being terrorized and raped. Dollars. 300 from Blue-Eyed Wolf. Let's put an end to this with the one tool, the psychological defense for the psychological warfare waged against us. The one tool that makes a difference in the world. That people with their testimonials in words, in their own experiences, and in the dollars that they financially gift, they say to the world, this works. 007s, diamonds and heart, hand on the heart for Blue-Eyed Wolf. God bless you, good sir. That is truly glorious. What a wonderful thing to find in the mailbag. And that's not even it, because he has also included this extraordinarily beautifully carved. Look at this. This is stunning. Did you buy this? Did you carve this? Did you? And it says here, either Wurzelboro, maybe. Beautiful. It's glorious. That is so pretty. Look at that. That is definitely going on. It's three-dimensional. That is definitely going. The whole thing is carved. Amazing. Thank you so much for this. That is a beautiful gift. I really appreciate it. God bless you all. Look at this. You got squirrels. You got penguins. The squirrels are obviously a nod to Kate, who is constantly at war with them. Some squirrels for Carlisle. The animal-loving fanatic. Yes, that she is. Yes, big celebration for Blue-Eyed Wolf. $300. You see everything here that people financially gift to me. The money that people give me, you see. That's it. There is no like $2 super chats and then somehow people paying their mortgage and paying car and paying air travel for all these different places and paying. Where's that money come from? Who are those people? You don't know. Nobody asks those questions. $10,000 bonuses? Nobody knows, right? So thank you so much. That is truly epic. All right. What a great day in the mailbag. Clips, could you send me a written message on Skype so that you move to the top and it would be easy to find you? Thank you, good sir. Let's get into the announcements. I'm going to take calls and read some messages that I have from you all as well. So we have... If you haven't already gone to whitepeoplepress.com, find them on YouTube, but you can find them on YouTube and then go there, but whatever. I want you to stay on YouTube. And wonderful things. You got the new calendar I've shown you. Folk is still, I'm in folk. So is Jared George. Beautiful coffee table book. Inside, absolutely stunning. These people have glorious taste. You have great Tony Vermont. You got the 50 classic tales. Okay. And is the new book being sold? What was that book? Where is it? Quinn's book, the college book. It's a novel that's there. Head on over there. I don't get any. I want them to be successful over there. I want them to remain white positive. Nothing comes to me. I'm happy that they're doing well. Let's make sure they do. When you got books to buy, go there first, please. Got books to buy, you got gifts to buy, go there first. God bless you. The only other thing I want to mention here before getting into your comments is this. The comments and calls is this. Conference. Now, regrettably, because of the state of the West, because of the state of America, you know that we can't just tell everybody when and where a conference is going to be. I mean, even a meeting, even a dinner, because the anti-whites will call in bomb threats. They'll do anything and everything. Over the years, they've called and actually told managers of hotel, this is one case, that they were going to rape his wife and children if he allowed us to be at that hotel. This is normal. So if you're not quite happy with what I'm about to say, then blame the anti-whites, not me. All right. Who carved the black eindolon for me? I love this thing. I forgot who carved it for me. It's slipping me now. Anyhow, there's going to be a conference. I'm not throwing it. It's not my conference. It's not being thrown or put on by a group either, or a collection of groups. It is going to be toward the end of March. It is going to be in Central Texas. It is not, it is not even a full day thing. So some conferences, like if you're thinking like American Renaissance, where it's like 3 days, no. It's like half a day. Still going to be had. There are going to be people there from various white sympathetic sentiments. But there aren't going to be like hardcore LARPing types. They're not going to be there. Like you know what I mean? I wouldn't go. I will be there. Some from this community might be there. I'm not going to say which ones or if any. I will just say that I will be there. Who else can be there? Well, if you have been in this community for a pretty good amount of time, and you have been regularly commenting, so that you didn't come and go, you didn't comment at some time in the past, you didn't comment 5 years ago, you didn't comment hard for 2 months, 2 years ago, and then gone for 6 months, but you've been a regular participant, commenting regularly in the live chat, in the threads, and or you are well known to be a leader, a doer for white well-being, and you're out in the field, you're wallpapering Virginia, you are creating videos, clips after clips, meme after meme, then you too can reach out to me and say that you are ready, willing, and able to make the trek from wherever you are to Central Texas for a half-day event, and the end of March. And then I will, with consultation from others, determine, have you been in the live chat enough, or are you a person who's well known for your production for white well-being? And why is this? Because I'm not going to get involved in a vetting process. I'm not going to be getting on videos with people. I'm not going to be trying to find out. If I were to hold a conference, and therefore I would be responsible for vetting, it would be done in a way that I could say for certain that the people coming have all given up information to me that if they were willing to cause trouble, they would be very dumb. So at least I would be able to say that. Since I am not throwing this conference, the person who has said to me, want you there, and you are welcome to invite others. But that person is not going to be in vetting these people either. So the people I say, here is a name, or here's a person, those people have to be much more than less proven. The only way to do that is for you to have a record. So this is sort of a reward for those who have a record of participation, of contributing your time, talent, money, and effort, for those who want to. And good Lord willing, there won't be any issue, no bomb threats called in or anything like that. It's not a particular organization. So, and there'll be some speakers there. It'll be a good time. So let me know. And how can you do that? Well, I guess if you can reach out to me directly, do so. And if you can't get me directly, reach out to somebody whom you know speaks to me more often. Kate, Mr.V, Franklin, etc. I don't imagine, and I say for our folks outside of the United States, you have to have, as far as I still know, a records that you've received a vaccine for COVID. So don't go get the vaccine to come to this, right? If you've already had it, then oh well. But I know that Mark Collett wanted so desperately to appear at the NJP event in Florida that he flew all the way from the UK to the west coast of Mexico, as far as you could go, and attempted to enter the country there and was rejected. He would have entered the country there, then had to travel all the way back to Florida. Imagine that. And they just couldn't get in. Every time he tried, they just turned him away. So if you're thinking about trying to get into the country without a vaccine, then your white guy or woman might as well think again, because they're going to be scrutinizing you. But reach out to me. It'll be fun. I mean, we'll make it as fun as possible. But I'll be delighted to meet those of you who can make it. And who knows? It'll give us some energy to head on into the next couple of months to make glorious things happen, to speak to others about white well-being. And that's always a good thing, in a good place. So let me get to some comments, and we're going to get to calls. I'll leave about 45 minutes for calls. And then we will get, comments, and then we'll get to calls. So, and we start off with Reptile, who would be awesome if he would come. The way Jason described ant gnats is absolutely perfect. It was very clear and easily understood. I'll be rewatching and memorizing this delivery. I recommend others do the same to avoid and help others evade that destructive path. Thank you, Reptile. Reptile's talking about when I warned my guest, Sharika Soal, this past week, that now since she has publicly said that she is sympathetic to our persecution, discrimination, she can see anti-whiteism in the world, that she would immediately begin getting hit up with these on her social media with ant-nat types who are going to come to her and say, it's all the jaywalkers. It's every jaywalker. Here's documentation. Oh, you got to look at this. It's all the jaywalkers. And that she needs to resist that, because you're not going to get to a miracle, a loving miracle, by way of hating another group. That has been failing for over 100 years. It is ridiculous. It is immoral. You got to warn people out there when they start talking about white well-being that they're going to be hit up with these folks are going to show up. I mean, let's face it, folks. This is the method that keeps resistance against anti-whiteism in the gutter. This is why we can't bring many good people, right? We have all of you are good people. We can't bring many. You can't even imagine how many good people have turned away from resistance to anti-whiteism because they show up, they're hit in the face with all of this. It's jaywalkers. It's just jaywalkers. Hate all the jaywalkers. Talk about jaywalkers. Call yourself the names that they give us. Live in their story. Hate on them all day long. Tell all your relatives how evil they are. Every one of them, as soon as they're born. And then, as I told Sharika, the moment you agree with anything they say, there'll be endless applause for you. They want that social proof. They want people celebrating you. And we have seen it so many times, it's countless. So I was sure to share that with Sharika, and I will share that with every single person I can. Do not fall for this. I guarantee you, we will look back and discover that this is how we were our resistance was being suppressed. By you shunt all the people who start looking into it, you shunt them into this sewer, and then they want no part of it. They leave, and only the cranks and all are left. And they turn people off too. Western Euro Mutt, well said about the Tennessee structure is bad comment. 30 minutes mark. Anything white made by whites or that benefits white people is, he uses racist. You should put it in quotes if you're going to use that word. To this definition as well, structure or system of power benefiting a certain group or majority over others, whites. The whole structure is considered evil. So what he's saying here is, and what I was saying to Sharika was, the whole system, according to anti-whites, has to go, because the whole system was a projection of white people onto the world. And so by way of this reciprocal justice argument, they effectuate the outcome of eradicating the whole system. And you eradicate that system, it's harm for everybody. The whole structure is considered evil to anti-whites, and they want to destroy it all. Western Euromut says, this cannot be spoken about or stressed enough. White people, wake up, be alert, and get organized before it's too late. Very well written. God bless you. Bescape, who is here tonight. A black former HuffPost employee gives more of a damn about us than conservatives like DeSantis and Salty Cracker. So true. Very well said. So true. Never underestimate who is willing to help you when you keep white positives. Bless you, brother. I will take this woman over anti-woke hipsters any day. The anti-woke hipsters any day. This is how we defeat anti-whiteism. Beautifully said. Axis Mundi is second in line on calls. And this will be the last thing I read. This is from Irish Christ, and we'll get to the calls. This is from Irish Christ. Now, Irish Christ is hardcore. You know, it's like Raymond down under used to be. Like, not taking this. I'm going at it this hard, so you got to go at it. And I get it. I know where that comes from. I know where that I've adopted it many times. And I think I need to do with Irish Christ like I did with the great Irish Christ, like I did with the great Raymond, is we'll have like a competition of being more, I don't know, amenable and approachable with people of different levels. And I know I got to be more that way. Raymond Foster beat me to it. The guy's just awesome. He beat me to it. I got to be more like that. Having said that, Irish Christ is like a beast in his own environment for white well-being. He writes this here. More social lynching, and it's really important because I've had these exact same experiences that he's talking about here. More social lynchings to report in Vancouver, BC. Last night, riding the train home. As usual, I decided to reach out to a non-white female who, it turned out, was more than happy to converse with me. Naturally, I shifted our conversation to the fact that less than 10 years ago, the train would have been filled with white people until the current government decided to escalate the white erasure to its current state. He's maybe this non-white girl is white sympathetic, like Sharika is. You know, who knows? He's just sharing the lexicon with everybody. We're not, there are good people out there of all immutable characteristics. We can talk with all of them. We do talk with all of them. I was aware, he writes, of the 60-year-old white male sitting directly behind the girl and suspected he might try to socially lynch me, which he did. How many of you have had another white person try to white guilt you in public when they've heard you talking about anti-whiteism? I have. They tried to give you this, like, I'm walking away right now, so I'm just going to tell you how immoral you are, kind of Bravo Sierra, right? As he stood up to exit the train, which was nearing the next stop, you could see him mentally preparing to execute his anti-whiteism as he clumsily blurted out, quote, "That's a very bigoted thing to say." Could you imagine? The non-white female is like, yeah, it used to be, is that right? It used to be almost all white here. That's a terrible thing that's happening to your people. I sympathize with that. And then a white person is going to interrupt you, trying to like morally condescend with the anti-white moral imperative. I immediately responded with, quote, "You are anti-white," or "You're an anti-white bigot." Oh, no, sorry. Let me get this right. "You are anti-white. Bigot is an anti-white slur." Perfect. That is crisp, clean, perfect. You're anti-white. Bigot is an anti-white slur. The hell's wrong with you? Quote, "You're trying to dehumanize my character with anti-white slurs and legitimize my harm because I expressed concern for the human dignity of my identifiable group. You have no right to be anti-white. You've accepted your white guilt. I haven't. That's the difference between you and me." Close quote. Like a goofy child, he half lowered his head in defeat and stepped off the train. And I've had that experience where I've had somebody some white person think they're going to tell me, and it does happen a lot with boomers. They're like, "Don't you know you're being a moral son?" I'm like, "Don't you know you're an anti-white bastard? Why are you such a fat anti-white? Why are you trying to tell me that I'm the immoral one when you are the immoral one? The country is hell now, but you're okay with it because you're near your grave." A white woman, Irish Christ writes on, also briefly tried to get involved, saying, "Anti-white slur? I've never heard of that before," trying to invalidate the concept. But it doesn't work. It doesn't work. They can't invalidate the concept. They don't know how many millions or two people. They don't know. They can't invalidate it. That sort of a smarmy, smirking behavior won't do. You could truly see the light bulb turning on and her eyes lighting up, even as she started sweeping her arms over the seats towards some completely uninvolved non-white female behind her, speaking comforting words to them as though she was rescuing them from some evil danger. How reprehensible. What an anti-white pig she was. What an anti-white, just absolutely relishing the destruction of Western civilization and once great country of Canada. Oh, don't you mind this white person who cares about white erasure? Everything's okay. Disgusting. I apologized for the anti-white behavior of the two goofy Westmen to the non-white girl I was originally speaking to, and also got some approving nods from an Indian non-white after asking him, would he ever throw his people under the bus like he had just witnessed happen to me? With a big smile, he nodded and said, "No, never." The goofy white woman was also completely psychologically subdued as I spoke openly a bit more about anti-whiteism that was taking place on the train. It was a significant win for white well-being, to say the least, with all the witnesses being exposed to the 5 key concepts, white and non-white. A big salute to Irish Christ there. Epic victory on the train. Let's make some calls, ladies and gentlemen. And we have the great clips is first. Let me fix this audio before, though. We don't need to blow my ears out.
Hello, Jason. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir. I sure can. How are you doing, champ?
Oh, I'm great. How you doing?
I'm great, man. Another glorious Sunday evening gathering for Going Free. What's on your mind?
So my workplace is going to hold mandatory anti-white obedience training this week.
Okay.
And beneficial to me and to people listening to get your thoughts on how to push back potentially without getting fired. So just I'll lay out some context here.
Okay.
For about 9 months, my department's understaffed, and we're working on a large project that requires all of us to work overtime. I'm actually at work right now, so I might have to end the call.
Okay.
But my manager is a white guy. He's probably a vag, and he has a liking to me because I'm the only other white guy in our department.
Okay.
But he told me that, we're having this training, which I expect to be one of these anti-white trainings later this week. And I've had experiences in the past where I've pushed back a little too hard and face some consequences. So I don't really trust my instincts on this, and I just wanted to get your thoughts.
Absolutely, brother. And if you have to go, you can just hang right up. I'll answer this, or you can hang out for as long as you can, whatever it is, man. So no pressure, but we love you. So I would do this. The boss likes you, and you say you might be the only other white guy in the department. Boss already likes you. I would, and you're understaffed, and you're working on this big project, having to work a lot of overtime as a consequence of it. The way I would handle this is to make this a bit of a joke with the boss. And if there are non-white colleagues or coworkers there who are who might be white sympathetic, or who might be able to take this very real issue in a little bit of a lighthearted way as you address it, the handling it this way might be the best. So calling it anti-white obedience training, to say, just using that phrase, anti-white. Oh, here we go again. Got to do some more anti-white obedience training. Is like, do I got to get a dog for this? Do I got to bring my dog in for this? Or is it just me who has to get the obedience training? Making it a joke like this, that's pointing out, hey, this is about focusing on white people. This is about white guilting white people. You don't have to, in this context, if you've already had an issue with bosses or what have you in the company saying, pulling you before an anti-white tribunal and what you've pushed back too far, clips, you seem too angry about this. Instead, this time you just make it a joke, and when you're in the obedience training, don't disrupt it. Don't try to maybe laugh here, chuckle, not out loud, not like big, boisterous. But when they say, oh, and then here is how, this is what it looks like when a colleague is being discriminatory, and here is another colleague being discriminatory, and it's always white actors or whatever. Just, a chuckle. That's the kind of thing I've done before. A chuckle so that those around you like, and even maybe look over at your boss, catch his eye, like, there you go. That sort of a thing. Make a joke out of it. And it's that way that I've talked about before, where you like touch it and drop it. It's kind of like in sales, you're going to draw attention to it, and then you're going to drop it and walk away from it. That way, people will be able to take it from you, the point you're making, but they'll be able to see it in the light of humor and won't be inclined to hold it against you. You're not giving the energy that you're going to metaphorically burn this place down over the fact that we have to do anti-white obedience training. You are mocking it, but you're not going to disrupt it. You're not going to cause a problem at work. You're just going to ridicule it with these sorts of statements. If you think that will work for you, awesome. If not, you can add more context, or if you got to run, whatever it is, brother, but the mic is yours.
That's perfect, because my boss is a really funny guy. He cracks jokes all the time, inappropriate jokes.
Okay.
For work.
Great.
So that's perfect. I didn't think of that.
Awesome, man. Awesome. Do that, and then you'll have to let us know how well it went. Maybe you get him telling some jokes back about it.
Yeah, hopefully.
Is there anything else that's on your mind, brother? I think you said no, but if not, then Promethean Hales, we love you, man. Thank you so much for all the hard work that you do. And please call in anytime you want.
I will. Thanks much, Jason.
All right, Clips.
Bye.
Bye-bye. That's the great Clips, ladies and gentlemen. The epic Clips. He's gonna make a lot of ground there. The boss is gonna end up saying, yeah, this is ridiculous. We've got to go through this. Boy, what a shocker. The persecutor is white. First Last has shown up. Great to see you, good sir. Wonderful champ that you are. Is the energy good in the gym? Do you remember that movie? Or no, what did he say? That's not what he said. He said, there's a good energy in the gym. He got on the PA system. I know somebody who, after that movie came out, a comedy movie, a couple parts of it were funny that I saw it years ago. I'm sure tons were, there was anti-whitism in it. But I remember that and a couple other things. Maybe they'll come back to me. But somebody I know got on a PA and actually got on there and said, there's a good energy in the gym. That's funny. There's a good energy in the gathering today. All right. Promethean Healing is here. Trevor Blue says, where are photos sent containing no white guilt signage? Different people share them with me in different ways. Did you find some things? Then you can, let's see. I mean, you could try by way of my webs. How about, are you on Twitter? Direct message me on Twitter and let me know here if you're on Twitter, if we're friends, and that you'll direct message me, that you are on Twitter if we're not friends and you will direct message me, and or the same thing for Gab. Make sure you tag me again. You can send me the pictures of things that you found and we will share them and celebrate you. Include this name, Trevor Blue, because if your name is something else, I won't be able to put the two together. Brad C., and God bless you. If that's what you're talking about and that's what happened, you found things out there, some signage, that's glorious. Franklin says, I suspect another based no white guilt Clips victory is coming. Man, that guy is like cool under fire. He's like Clint Eastwood. White Wellbeing Kitchen says it was a great interview. She was an awesome guest. She absolutely was. I would rather have her as an ally than Nick Fuentes or Rhonda Santa. Who's that? The second one. Lapis is here. Great to see you and welcome. Welcome. Yeah, Sharika was a great guest. Helios Abbott, great to see you. Sharika was a great guest. And we'll have her back again. It was a very interesting conversation. She has, like everybody in the world, has things in their past that this is a movement of redemption. So, there are things everybody's past. That growing up in an anti-white world that we would rather not have done, or we would do differently or whatever. That's the world. People are moving forward. And if they give evidence that they're moving forward, they're getting better, they're doing wonderful things, and then awesome, more power to them. You can invest in them. And absolutely would rather have somebody like her than an Ant Nat or somebody, because Ant Nats are going to just run good people off. That's all they'll do. Anybody playing an Antag going to run good people off. First Last asking about the 300. You have White or Blue-Eyed Wolf and Marie Curie. Both gave 300 today. Hyperborean Jim, not saying he shouldn't necessarily take your advice, but Hyperborean Jim has a suggestion. The bigger my GFC grows, the less confidently they'll be able to just brush off what their white employees have, or that their white employees have no white guilt. Yeah. I mean, the more, it sounded like, Clips is in kind of like a precarious, maybe a little bit of a precarious situation. And you got to take whatever, it's like in football, American football, when I'd be playing running back or as a receiver after the catch, you have to take the hole that's available, even if it's not the hole that was supposed to be there. And that was one of the things that made me an all-star running back, was I would find the holes that were available, even if the hole that wasn't there or was supposed to be there was closed for some reason. All right. That's what my GFC is for, says Hyperborean Jim. Love it, man. God bless you. Let's call Axis Mundi right now. And then next on the list is Mr.V.
Hails, brother. How's it
Hail,
going?
Promethean hails to you. How are you and what's on your mind?
I'm doing well. Thank you so much. How are you doing?
I'm epic tonight. It's a beautiful Sunday.
You've got the fire of Prometheus about you, brother. Like when the stream first started, your energy was just fantastic. It's definitely recognizable. We had lots of success recently, which has been wonderful. I feel like it's there's a lot of excitement and good energy in the white positive sphere right now, and it's great to see.
Oh God, it is, man. You're so right.
Yeah, man. It's just really interesting. Like, I had my own thoughts to talk about. My thoughts were mainly on the events that I've been running and participating in within the white positive sphere on Telegram, that is beginning the process of moving more over to Element. That's the very early stages. But the call that Clips just did really hit home for me as well, because my background is in education. I have worked in education for essentially all my life, and anti-white obedience training is a frequent occurrence in that line of work.
Yeah.
His situation is probably very different from mine. But one thing that I found is that in those trainings, there's probably a lot more people that agree with you than you would think.
Yes.
And it's a great opportunity. Like, if you find it's unsafe to directly speak up during the training, there's always with your coworkers before and then during, like little kind of like, if there's like kind of off to the side individual meetings.
Yes.
During those sections, and then afterwards. And you can find like, what did you think about this? Like, was there anything substantial in this? Was this actually helping us do our jobs? First of all, I can speak to my experience, which is probably very different than whatever firm or whatever Clips is doing for work. But within my experience, most teachers despise professional development because it's a freaking waste of time, no matter what it is. Because we're so busy. We have to do so much to do our jobs as teachers. These kind of pontificators that come and like tell us what's more important than our jobs is a real burden. And then when it's anti-whitism on top of that, people get sick of it very quickly. And I've found like when people are fresh off those trainings is a time when people are especially receptive to the lexicon, because they've just had an encounter with anti-whitism. And they're kind of searching for words which they may not be able to find to describe what it is. So I would definitely cultivate recommend everyone that they cultivate a high level of situational awareness. But then just keep in mind that a lot of people are probably thinking and feeling along the same lines as you, whether or not they have the courage to express that.
Yeah, I agree completely. Those are always great times to get it, folks. You're 100% correct. What else did you want to share, brother?
Thank you, man. I appreciate Yeah, just excitement. And this one of my aspirations is to develop alternative systems. Well, let's not say alternative, but I should say really better systems to restore true education for our people. Because kind of segueing from this conversation of anti-white obedience trainings, academia overwhelmingly, the public education system is overwhelmingly anti-white at every level, from like the earliest age all the way up through university. It's overwhelmingly anti-white. And what really infuriates me about that is that they're robbing us of our birthright as Western kind, right?
Yeah.
All this culture, all of our great poets, all of our great philosophers, all of our artwork, everything that our people have made, it's our birthright to receive, to preserve, make our contributions to it, and then pass it on to our children. And academia basically doesn't, like, it excludes a huge amount of our people from having access to it. And then on top of that, it then gives it away to a bunch of other people and then demonizes it, maligns it, and then ultimately destroys it.
Yes.
By means of white erasure. So I see it as one of the most important endeavors is to reclaim our heritage, what's ours, from academia, by essentially restoring true education, which if you understand what true education is, pre-industrial revolution, before like the secondary schools that were all about basically training factory workers, it's all about giving people a sense of identity, right? Teaching them who they are. And so the white positive lens you provide, brother, has given us so much good for that. So yeah, like as I mentioned many times before, we have read, we've been reading this stuff and reading the Havamal from the Norse, reading the dialogues of Plato, and through a white positive lens.
That's cool.
We finished a few dialogues, and the more you read this, the more you realize the biospiritual resonance between all of the different things our people have produced, really driving home the reality we are one people with many nations that have existed across time as one people.
Yes.
And what we read, we just started the Phaedo, which is one of Plato's dialogues. That's the death scene of Socrates. And in that, he talks about wisdom as this process of purifying the soul of ignorance and misconception. And it just seems to resonate with what we're doing with Go Free, doesn't it?
Yes.
That we're in the process of cleansing our souls from like this sickness of anti-whiteism to make ourselves once again pristine. I suppose my call this time, brother, is a little bit rambly.
It's all right.
But in the future, I mean to give you updates because like this is something that's really important to me, is creating for us a story for our people, right? To give us and collaboratively build with people in our sphere a sense of who we are as Western kind. And so once again, I encourage people to join the GFCs, to join the Prometheum chat, and get in on the conversation.
Beautifully said, brother. Absolutely. Nothing rambling about it. And you're doing some amazing work. We deeply appreciate it.
Thanks, brother. Yeah, I appreciate you so much, man. This whole sphere that we have is something that offers the world great hope. Anti-whiteism is hopelessly dysfunctional and utterly destructive. So as we overcome it, we're just going to see a better world emerge. So thank you for your service, brother. And I'll talk to you next time.
All right, man. Promethean hails to you.
Promethean hails.
There he goes, ladies and gentlemen. The one and only Axis Mundi, doing remarkable work and making some great points there as well. We're going to have Mr. V in just a moment about the these anti-white obedience trainings and being able to get at people. And I think maybe what was Hyperborean Jim? I think was maybe were you saying something similar? Apparently he had made some more comments in the live chat that I didn't see before I read the part that I did see. Okay, so he says, I wasn't telling him to take chances or to wait. There you have it, to clear that up. And we thank you for your service, brother. And we see First Last is saying to check Cash App. We'll do that, brother. You good, sir, in just a moment. Okay. What we're going to do, we're going to call Mr. V in 1 second. We're going to take a quick look and make sure we've gotten everybody. Didn't miss anybody. Looks like Odyssey, we didn't miss anybody. And D Live, we got folks with the stickers, I guess, the animated stickers. Battle Cats, those are great. And Board Troll. Remember the days when Ben Buzzkirk used to put like dancing bikini girls over there? And I would be in the middle of a thought and I'd be like, you see, the thing about cleavage on a woman is that it reduces a man's IQ by 50% per boob. Over here on Entropy, we have, just go ahead and get out the raucous emojis, the 007s, the 07s, the 007. Please get down into wherever you pack them away, some diamonds, some whatever, your most rockiest emojis. Just get them ready, because DB50 has shown up here late in the gathering. 50, dude bro moment, 50 white well-being dollars. Talk about consistency. We could tell the seasons with this guy. 50 more dollars. God, thank you so much for the sacrifice. 50, and he writes with it, white for white well-being. God bless you, brother. Dude bro moment. A big, just week after week, salute, hand over my heart. 07s, raucous emojis, swashbuckling flags, diamonds, whatever else you think would be good in there. We have Rick Deckard financially gifting $5 over here on Entropy. Says, keep it up, Jason. I absolutely will. Thank you so much. We have the great Slots financially gifting $10 tonight. Thank you so much for your work, brother, and for these $10. He says, we have Westmen from around the globe that voluntarily participate in this community for white well-being. We do indeed. Russian, Estonian, Iceland, you name it. They are voluntary doers. If you want elite of the elite, it's an understatement. So God true. What an epic testimonial that is. And God bless Slots for all the hard work that he does. He's memeing, he's tweeting. Tall Kevin is here, another true champion that walks above the others. Tall Kevin 87, if for no other reason, because he's just actually that tall. $5 financial gift. No, but in reality, this guy's really gone above and beyond and accomplished amazing things in the field. $5 financial gift. He says, for white well-being, keep up the great work. More successes. And we're going to turn around, and that's why you're keeping your raucous emojis going, because First Last has something to share. He writes with his financial gift, which we're going to keep throwing them 007s out. 007s and hand over the heart. Are there any emojis like that? Hand over the heart. How about an emoji doing like the staying alive dancing? We need celebration, ladies and gentlemen, for these people who participate in the various ways that they do. And we have First Last participating today, writing, not communism, not capitalism, is what he writes. He says, not communism, not capitalism. And he financially gifts, with that affirmation, 301 white well-being dollars. 301. First Last doing it today. $301. Well, what a day. What a gathering. We are going to launch forward into this week. We know at this gathering in a moment, we're going to be calling Mr.V and hearing his good thoughts. We know that Clips is going to go out into the world and he's going to change his work environment, doing amazing things. So many of you are memeing. Have you gone over to my Twitter yet? Have you gotten involved? I have retweeted the Great Sloth's tweet about Imminent Rain and his album coming in April. Make sure you retweet that. That's action item number 1. Action item number 2 is to get over there on my tweet, where I tweet about the murder of this woman, Boyes, by this anti-white woman, Christina Harrison. Psycho, approaching a white woman, shooting her in the back, mother of 2, murdered. And I write here, your wife or daughter murdered for being white. Find that tweet on my Twitter. Retweet that. If you've retweeted anybody else who's not in this community, delete it. Retweet the folks in this community, like the folks in this community. That tweet, by the way, is up over the course of this approaching 24 hours now since it's been sent. Yes, almost 24 hours. It's now up to 130.8 thousand views. Be a part of this, ladies and gentlemen, the changing of the world, the recapture of our destiny. $301 by First Last, 50 by DB50 showing up, rocking the world. So many people giving their time and talents. It is a glorious day in service to white well-being. It's only going to get better and better. After we're done here and throughout the rest of the week, this tweet and other tweets, make sure you get into the thread. There are going to be a lot of people who don't know what's going on in the world. Share the concepts. Anybody who seems approachable, share the Go Free method. Tell them about the work that we're doing so that they too can become an engine of change in Western civilization. And with that, we call the one and only Mr. V.
Hello.
There he is, brother. Great to hear from you. And what's on your mind?
Well, great to hear from you. What's on my mind? First of all, we finished Crucible on the California GFC.
Nice. Nice work.
And big thanks to Patrick for that, for keeping it consistent. And man, the ending is amazing. It really fires people up.
Cool.
What you went through, brother, was crazy, just crazy. It truly was a crucible. It definitely does apply. And you can tell the moment where you essentially turn into a man, which is when you were, it was a process of becoming, but when you talk about that you would sacrifice your life on the altar of the West, that moment when you made a lifelong commitment to the biosphere of our people, that's the most incredible, just the most incredible thing. It's an amazing book. Everyone should buy and read that book.
Wow. Well, thank you for saying that. And the thing I think that causes it to be really valuable, to say it that way, for folks is that they see their own experience, and they in that story they see that people aren't, it's not like the movies. There isn't this hero character that is magical and somebody shows up and says, it's all in you, just blink twice and then suddenly you're a superhero. It's a work of making the decision to do the right thing, the brave thing, again and again and again. And the more you do it, the easier it gets to a degree. And then doing the right thing, doing the brave thing in the end is what matters. Not whether or not you assumed the right pose or were born the right way. And this is all Hollywood. We have to show how bravery is actually made, how heroism is actually achieved. And it's done by ordinary people doing extraordinary things by repeatedly making the decisions to do the right thing. So I really appreciate you sharing that. It's this book right here, ladies and gentlemen, Crucible, Child Patriot, American Victory. You can get it at nowhitecollectibles.com. You can also get it on Amazon. Please continue, good sir.
Well, that's right. Pick it up, folks. I mean, I was telling this to people the books, you make them as cheap as possible, brother. And you can tell, I mean, you're getting Prometheus Rising for $12. That's a masterpiece. It feels almost like theft. It feels like we're robbing you, you know?
Thank you.
Because it's such a phenomenal book. It's a freaking masterpiece. It's just truly, like, we are constantly amazed with how you've managed to master these different genres, if you will. You know,
Well,
your
really,
ability as a writer just blows me away.
well, damn, thank you for that, Mr. V. I really appreciate it, brother.
Yeah, so we're gonna make sure I'm out there to sell your books 100%, and there's no shame in that, no support shaming in that. I really truly 100% believe Go Free is going to save the West. It's going to save our people. So get a copy, folks. It's time the white man learn to read again.
Yes.
Sorry, continue, brother.
Amen. Yeah, learn to read again, folks.
Yeah, that's for sure. And speaking of that, I'd like to talk about Go Free as a practice. So we're reading in the Ontario GFC, the Little Book of Talent, 52 tips for improving your skills, and that's all about practice, right?
Yeah.
It's tips from some of the world's top professionals on how you can improve your practice and become a professional. So how can we apply this to Go Free? A practice has a time, a place, there's a ritual, there's consistency, right? The Go Free practice isn't just reading the Go Free book, folks. You gotta do the interactive segments. You must understand that it's actually a workbook, right? You have to do the interactive segments. And then you have to analyze external MPs and then switch to internal MPs, which are going to be more difficult. That internal work is extremely difficult. Most people cannot do it. Yeah. It's going to require some fortitude. It's going to be hard. Go Free is hard, folks. It's hard. And you might not get it in the first year. You might not get it in the second year, right? There's going to be struggle. It's going to be frustrating, but you have to keep reaching. You have to keep doing that. And one of the tips that we covered today from the Little Book of Talent was about mistakes, right? And we're all going to make mistakes, but we can't be allergic to mistakes. So what he says in the book is, develop the habit of attending to your errors right away. Don't wince, don't close your eyes, look straight at them and see what really happened. And ask yourself what you can do next to improve. Take mistakes seriously, but never personally. Now imagine if people in the white sympathetic sphere could do that. They would be here with us.
Yeah. Beautifully said, exactly.
So it's the same exact thing with Go Free.
Yeah.
If you make a mistake with it, just course correct.
Yes.
Don't look away and keep it going. You have to keep it going. Later, once you've been in this for a couple of years, you'll look back and be like, wow, I really didn't get it in my first year.
Yes.
Yeah.
That's exactly right. There's so many levels and to really appreciating and understanding, but there's also so many levels of ourselves, and our identities are like layers of an onion. And as you peel back, you find, wow, there's another mean pathogen that has been undermining me. That's stuck in there. If you recognize a mean pathogen, folks, that means it's there in your subconscious mind. That means you're infected with it, and you have to treat it. But absolutely.
Yeah, I'm always amazed with how much thought you put into all of this. And I know people in the white sympathetic sphere didn't like the fact that now there was a way to measure results.
Yeah.
Because if there's a way to measure results, that means that someone is going to inevitably be the best. And one of the main reasons why our guys trust you so much, brother, is that I know that if someone came along and somehow they were more skilled at achieving positive results for our well-being, you'd be telling all of us, hey, we got to go learn from that guy.
Yeah.
I know you wouldn't hesitate, brother. I know you wouldn't have any kind of negative ego attachment to it. You know what I mean? You are truly in this for well-being, and
yes,
and that's what makes you a true leader.
Yeah, thank you, brother. I appreciate that.
And yeah, I'll leave it there, and I'll tell folks, join a GFC. Look below in the description. I would highlight 2 GFCs. Join any one that you like, but I will highlight 2, which is the Virginia GFC. Franklin does so much work. He'll be a great GFC leader. And the Florida GFC. Check those 2 out. Right, folks in Florida, the Florida GFC leader is Western Associate, is an amazing guy.
Yeah,
he does so much work for white well-being. He's got dozens and dozens of different accounts on different platforms. You find out, wait, you're that account or you're that account? Like, this guy does so much. So
that's fantastic. Big salute to him.
Yeah, big salute to both of those guys. And final thing, brother, I would like to ask you, because it's come up in Go Free trainings before. Could you elaborate? I'll read it from the book. Could you elaborate on this, on the difference between MIS pretexts and MPs, and how not all MIS pretexts are MPs? Because you say anti-whites use carefully crafted pretexts to justify anti-whitism. These pretexts are called MIS, the moralization, intellectualization, and sentimentalization of the anti-white desire to inflict harm on Western kind. Note, while all MPs are pretexts to arrive at anti-white conclusions, not all MIS pretexts are MPs. Could you elaborate on that, brother? And that'll be the final thing. Thank you so much for everything you do.
Oh, God bless you. Thank you. Want me to let you go and then I'll speak to it?
Absolutely. Thank you so much.
All right. Promethean hails, brother. Bye-bye.
Take care.
All right. Very straightforward answer. Thank you for a straightforward question. We love those. Simply an excuse, moralized, intellectualized, or sentimentalized, to achieve an anti-white outcome may be ad hoc and not a established meme pathogen. So it depends on the scenario. You can have an anti-white who gropes for a reason to get to, or pretext to get to, an anti-white outcome that creates essentially a meme pathogen on the moment, but that doesn't elevate that excuse or that pretext to what we would say is a recognizable meme pathogen. So pretty much that's it for it. I hope that answered your question. Crucible, folks, that's what he's talking about. You can knowwhyguildcollectibles.com. You'll get a signed copy there. Amazon.com and get it for a little cheaper. We're running out of seconds here, as is always the case. We're always running low. Even when I did those 10-hour shows, do you remember that? I was running low on time then as well. So this has been a glorious gathering. Oh, did I miss anybody over here? Let me check really quickly. No, but we have the great Slots over here. $10 finance. Get to how honorable this guy is. $10. And he says, God bless first last. Isn't that just amazing? God bless first last. That's how honorable Slots is. Celebrating folks who are financially gifting, distributing leaflets, creating material, creating clips. What a true champion in service to white well-being. God bless you, Slots, for everything that you do. This is the part toward the end that Mr. V was talking about, and I don't really have time to read any of it. Maybe just I took a slow, deep breath, no more delaying, no more excuses, I muttered to myself. Now for war, now for vengeance, now for the West. My eyes just alighted upon that. If you want your story, a true story, your story, that I lived and I fought back against anti-whitism, you need Crucible. It will inspire you, and you will be able to go and do things that you have not been able to go and do before. That's how we're going to live the rest of our lives. We are writing ourselves in as the heroes in our story. I'll be sure to see your statue in the future. God bless you all. I love you. Let's go free.